Yo. POE2 announcement. I just gotta get them all open. Great. Busy day today. In fact, I gotta open up. I feel, hey, real quick, team checking in here. Team, your boy's not feeling great today, team. Not great today. Team, not great today, team. What up, Dela? How we doing? Go team feeling awful. Hold on real quick. Let's do some stuff. PDOE24. I love it. I love it very much. I'm what the culture feeling. What up, Galathran? Galathran. Okay, hold on. Oh boy. So, I was very sick, if y'all remember, on stream. And I went, I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, so I called out of work. And over the day I was feeling like kind of better. Not really like great, but the majority of like, it was like a sinus thing, and the majority of the sinus pain had gone away. So I was like, all right, I'm just being a little baby. I'll go to work. And I got up this morning. I was like, all right, yeah, I can kind of do it. I'm kind of feeling it. And I get to my job site, and it's raining here in Massachusetts, which is good because we've been in a drought. But it's like a light drizzle, and it's like 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like fucking, I don't know, 6 Celsius or something. 4 Celsius. That was close. And like I'm loading up the food into my car, and I'm like, oh, this ain't it, boys. This ain't it. We ain't gonna make it. I made it through work, so I went and I got myself a hot chocolate. I got a hot chocolate, and got a little hot chocolate, and it has a shot of espresso in it. And I ate girl dinner, or girl breakfast, and yo, it's the 50th episode of Commander at Home. We got Matt Mercer. First off, real quick, hold on. Let's just go. Let's just go give some love. Absolute legendary cast for the 50th episode. Congrats to y'all. I like all these people. All these people are good. These are all good people. Ben Brode's hilarious. Matt Mercer is a gem. I stan Kibler and Olivia super hard, so we're all good people. Oh. Blight is very viable. Yes. Yo, what up, Cap? Sinus congestion, pain, toothache, migraine, failure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, my boy. Okay. Pet pushing. Let's update this variant. So while we're waiting, we got some time, like a half hour. I'm going to be updating the Blight build in real time. And real time moneymaker. We updating in real time. And troll is a wild option here. I made some decisions on this board. Let's go take a look at how it's written. Is the thing not at 1 p.m.? When's Path of... Hey, real quick, because I'm, like, new to this, right? When's Path of Exiles? Is 2 p.m.? So 2 p.m. and then 1 p.m. or 3 p.m. Oh boy. So supposedly, hold on. Let's oh, that's awesome. Give me the time. When's the time? When is it? Fuck, it is 2. Okay, so 2 o'clock and then 3 o'clock. Okay, let's go look at the build guide. I gotta do thing all secret, because you know. Hey y'all, no joke, I am fucking wildly not good. So I can fairly aggressively update this actually. I can do it pretty insular. My question is, do I think that these changes should ripple across the rest of the guide? I think there's like a fairly good setup for other content. The game's just so different when you are hit pushing. It's just so wildly different. No, this is a playlist on Spotify, iSong. I don't have... Can I share the playlist? Actually, I can probably share the playlist, right? It's a public playlist. How do I share this playlist? Share. Copy link to playlist. Edit, command, music. Here's my stream playlist on Spotify. There you go. Be good, Chris. Yeah, but I could be fairly aggressive with updates here. The pit push build is fairly insular. So let's figure out what we need to change. Let's make it without people having to like unbrick and rebrick their gear too aggressively. Topaz, it turns out we didn't really need barrier gen as much. Topaz, topaz. Change item, shroud. Boodly boop, boop, boop. Do it that way, that's pretty good. Topaz, topaz. I really don't care about the blight ranks here, honestly. I think I'm gonna go the lucky hit. I like the lucky hit chance. Or damage over time. Yeah, because if you can actually get essence per second, you don't need lucky hit chance either. So we're gonna go damage over time here. We actually don't have a lot of damage over time on the build. Soul Rift duration. We have to look at a lot of stuff actually. So we do want, yeah, this is all going to be very, very different. Get rid of this. I actually like using Reap here. Let's do it this way, this way. Choose no Reap. Yeah. Right there. Oh, sorry, I can't see chat. Sorry. Sorry. Spent any time on Reimagined lately? Diablo 2 Reimagined? I have not checked it out, no. Calling in sick is very, 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 it's shamed in the United States. We developed a work culture where being sick and calling in sick, is like deplorable. It's like fucked up. It is fucked up if you call in sick. In the majority of our industries, you know, to squeeze as much capital and as much profit overhead, meaning employee hours, are severely diminished. You'll be running with skeleton crews everywhere in every single industry. It's kind of wild. Dela, so I've had this conversation with a lot of different people, Dela. Us putting a recommended controller configuration actually makes no sense when you step one step back and go, oh, people play differently than me. There's no way for me to recommend to you how to put your skills. This isn't a recommendation. This is just to show the skill bar. I personally put it actually how I play on the controller, because that's how I think about it. Like, this is quite literally my controller configuration because I only play on controller. But there's no way for me to recommend to you how your brain thinks about where skills should go. What's my go-to Dunkin'? A large ice green tea. Nothing in it. Today, I got a large hot chocolate with some ice cubes in it and a shot of espresso. I can't really drink coffee because it hurts my stomach. But I need energy and I'm very sick. But yeah, so to the idea of, so like, to give you an idea, so I used to work in healthcare. I was a senior certified pharmacy tech liaison. Ooh, that's a lot of fancy words. Mostly they were just titles out of Walgreens. But I worked in healthcare. And calling out sick while working in a pharmacy was unheard of. Like, I could wake up vomiting. Physically vomiting due to flu or something. And I would be asked, If I was going to call out of my morning shift, could I come in and work a night shift? That is how ragged even our healthcare system is. Fucking disgusting. Like, disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. I hate it. So, yeah. So fucking gross. So for skill points. Yeah. And the issue is, if that person didn't come into the pharmacy, there was nobody to cover them because everybody was already working the 40 hours. They wouldn't pay overtime. Everybody already had all their hours. So everybody had to be in on every shift that they were assigned. I'm going to be playing PoE Early Access for sure. Yeah, but there's this huge culture of shaming people for being sick. That's just monstrous. And I came to understand it very, like, at first I was like, I need to be a team player. I need to make sure I'm not bringing down my team. You know, I need to make sure I'm not fucking anybody over. And then I, like, realized what was happening. And I got, like, very militant about it. I became very aggressive about it. If anybody, like, ever had the audacity to be like, oh, well, will you be able to, you know, make it in later on because we could try to shift somebody? I would get belligerent. And people learned that to balance that, though, I would only ever call out when I needed to. And need is a very strong, I mean, like, physically shouldn't be in the pharmacy. But I worked sick 99.9% of the time. And this was also all pre-COVID, so we didn't even, like, use masks. That wasn't part of the protocol. It wasn't like come in and wear a mask. It wasn't even come in and wear gloves. Because of my background in microbiology, like, I understood the concerns. So I was very occupied with, like, washing my hands, minimizing contact and things like that. But it's not like the pharmacy, like, had masks for us to wear. It's wild. It's insane. Like, bananas level wild. In my humble and honest opinion. Let's think about a couple things here. I do think I do think Creeping Death ends up being best in slot. Excuse me. We need to go look at Paragon. Need to redo this Paragon in its entirety, honestly. Boop, boop. What is this? Scourge? No. This is now Abyssal. Let's get rid of all of these. Up into here, we're not using control anymore. We're doing amplify. Get rid of all of this unnecessary craft. Completely unnecessary craft. I do like Eliminator here, right? No, I like Eliminator here. No, I like Scourge here. Scourge is here. Eliminator can be here. This ends up being... No, so here's how it goes. This becomes Sacrificial. This becomes Eliminator. Get rid of this cruff. This is 3, this is also 3, so leaving this way doesn't super matter. It's not just me, I'm what the culture feeling. Hey y'all. Oh no, you know what this needs to be? This needs to be this. Yeah, because this is very inefficient. Just me, I'm what the culture. Hold on. Yeah, we're still good. So we actually do this. It's very inelegant. I don't really like it. That's okay though. This is wild. Whatever I did here is insane. This is bananas. You walk around like Daft Punk. I actually like this a lot now that I'm looking at this. I actually like that a lot. Ooh. Oh, that's my new favorite way to do that. Anything that I'm hoping for in the campfire chat. So yeah, we can chit chat about that. Hold on a second. So, sorry, I'm in a zone right now. I'm in a whole flow state. This is, oh, we want that. Why do I? Okay. That is 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3. Can I get a more efficient exit? 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, is this a dead end board then? Do I have an efficient exit out of here? It doesn't super matter. I like this. This is my new favorite way of doing this for sure. I like that a lot, actually. Okay. But yeah. How does bananas rank on a scale of extremity? Like if we compare it to nuts, nuts are nothing in comparison to bananas. IMO. Oh, see, I have a 3 exit over here too. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Let me just make sure. Why do you want somebody sick handing out meds? Life sucks. Healthcare sucks. Yeah. I have a class in mind for POE2? So I don't have a class in mind for POE2. Honestly, I need to educate myself on what's available in POE2. State mental hospital and back pre-COVID if you masked up because you had an upper respiratory bug. Nursing management would lose their minds accusing you of trying to scare the patients. Yeah, dude. It's wild, Raven. Will it be considered A tier now? A tier, yes. You know, it probably realistically caps out around like 100-ish. So A tier. Yeah. Work in government IT, everything is soul crushing, get all the inefficient ways things are being run. IT is bananas. Hoping for in the campfire chat? I mean, so yeah, kinda. And I can get on it. Rod Ferguson's tweet. Yeah, so like we could talk about the campfire chat. I just want to catch up on everything. Hola, Supremo. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yes, Aaron, it's a known bug. Ruchi Recap said I was in the top 0.2% of your fans. Watching 20 times more than the average viewer. I think this is criminal that more people should... Yo, what up, Menchie? First off, thank you. I appreciate that. How do I see YouTube Recap? How do I see that? BT? Bro, there's so many absolute goats right now. Hold on, Matt Gates withdrew? Fucking thank you. Thank you, Dark Cthulhu. For real, where do I see this? Matt Gates withdraws from AG. Hold on. Gates withdraws his Attorney General nomination. Bro, there's so much stuff. So much is going on. It's because my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction for the critical work. Get bent. Homie, go to jail. Go straight to jail. That's awesome. That's so good. Fuck you, Matt Gates. Thank you. Hey, I like to avoid getting political on here because I really don't want to fucking hear your opinion, and I don't need you to say stupid shit to me. Matthew Gates is an absolute turd monster of a human being, and how dare anyone try to make him be the Attorney fucking General of the United States. Fuck you, Matt Gates. Okay. How do I see my recap? I want to see it. BT, how are you? I love you, my brother. I hope you're good. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. What was the last thing? Okay, so what do I want to see in the campfire chat for season 7? I mean, there's a lot of things I want to see. It touches on a lot of different parts of the game. So what are my high tier hopes? Doing better than that guy? Oh, I hope so. Hope wifey's happy. Hope you're doing good. There's a couple different things. I think that one, ancestral drop rates are just kind of bummy. How do I even start this? I think that we're currently experiencing in the game is more so a constellation of symptoms, to go back to the topic of healthcare, is more so a constellation of symptoms of unintended and under-workshopped realities. And the idea of I want them to change it is different than I want them to make it function as it's supposed to, so that we are seeing what it's meant to be. Because right now, I think what's kind of hard for me as a player, even with the insight that I have, right? Like the privilege that I have, I find it difficult to fully know the vision of the developers, which makes it hard for feedback to be generated in meaningful and powerful ways. And what I mean by that is, so like, let's look at the Undercity. Open up. Also, I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of back and forth kind of concept here. I want to see my recap. Okay. How do I see my recap? Yo, thank you very much, Wax. Those are mighty kind words. Can somebody write me a how to see my YouTube recap? You. Oh, I found it. '24 recap. No, this is a playlist. I don't want to see that. Get your recap. Get your recap. 26% of my watch time was gaming. I watched videos about 46 different games this year. My favorite was Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Horn of the Abyss, because I just sit watching Lekshav all day. Top games that I watched were Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Horn of the Abyss, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Diablo 4, Heroes of Might and Magic 4, Play of the Spire. That's me. So much happened this year. By the campfire, chilled out, listening to video game ambient mixes. I did. You watch gaming videos from 57 creators. Lekshav was my favorite gaming creator. I was in the top 0.3% of fans for myself. How was I not higher in my own? How am I not higher in my own thing? The people that I watched were Lekshav, Noravo, who is another Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Jorbs, because obviously myself, and then Moist Critical, Penguin Z0. The games you watch can say a lot about who you are. Your gamer card is main character. While unmatched charisma and drive, you're destined to be the hero of your every adventure RPG. Yeah. Get your music recap. Get your recap. You're listening this year. It's giving hyper brat fresh hip hop. You racked up 2,000 minutes of listen. Oh, on YouTube, sure. Explored 247 different tracks. Your top track was EverQuest 1 opening theme. You're in the top 0.1% of hey, first off, shout outs to all y'all who are in the top 0.1% of viewers of me. How the fuck did y'all beat me? How'd y'all beat me? How'd y'all beat me for me? How'd that happen? My top artists, Kendrick Lamar, obviously. Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, Adarashi Gakko, J. Cole, and Big Sean. This is a team up right here. That's crazy. Kendrick, Eminem, Atarashi Gakko. They're female Japanese, kind of like modern Japanese ska, something like that. like right now they're most known because they have a song called Tokyo Calling, which like really smashed here in the West. They're fucking great. They're phenomenal. If you're not listening to Atarashi Gakko, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, you know, solid white man existential crisis there. Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, J. Cole, Big Sean, and Atarashi Gakko. May was my top month with Kendrick Lamar. I listened to the EverQuest 1 opening theme on repeat. I listened to the most stuff in August. And in September, I was listening more mellow, thoughtful tracks. Your listening always keeps us guessing. You jump genres and go against the trends. I am the enigma. My top albums were Might Delete Later by J. Cole. I don't know these other people. I think they got weird data on me. My musical moods were 30% dramatic. Energizing, 26%. Sad, 19%. Chill, 13%. Reflective, 10%. But that was on YouTube. I don't listen to a ton of music on YouTube. No, this is the YouTube wrap up. Okay. So back to the conversation we were having a second ago. Right now, because I don't believe I can confidently speak to the vision of the developers, I have to kind of put it piecemeal based off of what they have said, what they have done in the past, but then that seems to so like I'm going to use an example. This is not a dig. This is an example so that we can all communicate efficiently here. What's happening? What's going on? I want this to be here. Hold on. Hold on. What's going on here? Okay, great. Yo, thank you very much, everybody. And thank you for all checking me out on YouTube and on Twitch. Y'all are great, obviously. Thank you for the support. So, I'm gonna ignore you all for a hot second so I can get through one thought process because my brain isn't really here. Okay. And we're gonna do some history here. So in Season 2, the developers came to two very important insights. One, if a build was overperforming, whether it was due to bugs or a balance issue, if it wasn't negatively impacting the enjoyment of other players, they would not fix those things if all it was doing was making builds overperform. The reason why they had to take that stance is because they had fixed bugs, which then nerfed characters. Now, you can have a lot of fucking opinions about that, but that's the promise that they made to us, and people were happy about that. Or at least the majority of people that were vocal were happy about it. And that's a guiding principle. That's a vision. The other thing that they learned in Season 2 was that simultaneously, this duality exists. People both hate looking through their inventory for gear and hate not getting gear. Both of these things simultaneously. Now, what was the reason for that was there were so many stats that you had to look at every single piece of gear because it was potentially an upgrade. And people didn't like doing that. Now, I never agreed with this thing. I always thought that concept was stupid. But But I'm not the developers. That doesn't matter. So what were the takeaways? Gear needed to be better. It needed to have the potential to be an upgrade. And we wanted a fuck ton of it. We wanted so much of it because we got Green Helltide. If you're playing in Season 2, it's a Season of Blood. We got the Vampire Powers, and we got the Blood Harvest. The Blood Harvest was a big open area that was just better than Helltide. Then you went in, and the monster density was great. You were getting things that were useful perpetually. You were either getting crafting materials, or you're getting little keys so you could go open up little chests, and then open up those little chests was a really good way to get gear for your alts. It also just like rained gear. And then you would get basically the hearts of what ended up becoming the Blood Maiden, and you would start an event. It was a social thing because everybody could put in to be able to start the event, and you would kill waves upon waves upon waves of monsters, and those monsters would drop gear, and then it would spawn bosses. Then you would kill the bosses, and the entire ground was covered in loot. Everybody loved it. It was a great way to level. If you didn't need any more gear, you didn't have to do it anymore, but people loved it. People loved just getting piles of loot. This is all before Ancestral exists, right? This is back in Season 2. So, but the problem was people were getting a lot of loot, okay? So then, you know, they're kind of following these trends. They're making gear more valuable by reducing the number of stats in the game. Season 4, we get Loot Reborn. God, I feel fucking terrible. In Season 4, we get Loot Reborn. And then, like, you have to remember in Season 3, Vaults. People didn't like that Vaults had mechanics, to which I say to all of you, fuck you. It's okay if you didn't personally like it. What I think was unreasonable was people saying, this content can't have mechanics. I refuse to do mechanics in this game. You just have to let me run to the end and get loot. So they did. You would do the overworld thing until you had enough little fucking crystals or whatever. You would go in, you would put on 2 of them, because that's all you needed. You would ignore all the mechanics and you would just run through it, and you'd get to the end and you would do a kill box, which at the very least the kill box had mechanics, and that was cool. And then you would get 3 chests full of loot, and it was awesome. Strictly better than Nightmare Dungeons. Now, the major issue with all these things is that it was invalidating content that already existed. Nightmare Dungeons didn't have a value until this season, unironically. They were just a chore that you did for Glyph XP. Vaults were just strictly better in every way. You got more loot. You were rewarded for playing well until they took that away, and then you were just rewarded for playing, which is not a bad thing. But we had this idea. We had this idea that content would get streamlined because it was just hallways. You ran through hallways killing stuff, and you got to the end, you did your kill box, you got your stuff. Which again is fine. The major issue was that there was nothing challenging to do with the gear. We eventually got Abattoir of Zir. Abattoir of Zir was very interesting because it didn't have a boss at the end. It begged a lot of very interesting questions. And I think that a lot of what happened in the Abattoirs here gets rolled into the pit. But what did we learn from this exercise in general? Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's a more efficient way out of here. I don't need this. So what did we learn from this exercise? Well, what we learned is that player liked streamlined content. There could be challenge in the completion of the content. And we still wanted loot to rain from the sky. Now, people didn't like looking through that loot because not everybody's a speedrunner who can look at loot very quickly. But there was a lot of loot, so we're still in the too much loot. They try to make it so that like gem fragments and stuff didn't drop. And we've been in this perpetual battle of nobody wants to see rare gear. because rare gear could be an upgrade. And for some reason that like pissed people off. And I'll be honest, to this day, I don't quite get it, but whatever, who cares? But we get Loot Reborn. We get Loot Reborn, which kind of changes up the paradigm. You know, now blue and rare gear isn't even supposed to be dropping, although it continues to drop from like bosses. And we've really centralized the loot grind to Duriel. And centralizing the loot grind to Duriel really sucked the moon out of the sky. Yeah, the super elites. Y'all remember that there were super elites that dropped special items that had unique stats that you could go get, and then they were too powerful because they could drop at a higher item power, and they were 100% chance to drop, so people would farm them all day, and that's a bad thing for some reason. So they basically made it so that it's not a guaranteed drop, and they also stopped it from being higher item power, and then they never did anything to retroactively refit them into the game. Pisses me off every fucking day. I hated it. But whatever. That's a bit of feedback I give to them all the time. I'm like, please make these items have 3 affixes, make them be interesting affixes, make them be interesting things to go hunt for. Please, these are very cool. Please bring them back. But we get Loot Reborn. The issue with Loot Reborn a little bit is that they're trying to, they've now used the reintroduction of new structures to how loot work to reset everything every time. And what they've also done is reset expectations, but they haven't really defined expectations. The idea is that loot will be better and it will have solved all the problems, but now we're not getting enough loot. And what I mean by that is that all of our sources of getting loot have gotten lower and lower value. And it ignores the lessons from before. Go do a Helltide before the Winterblight event and do a Blood Maiden. It sucks. You put in multiple hearts because nobody else puts in fucking hearts, even though people don't realize you won't get more loot unless you put in the hearts. And then you stand there and you do an event where nothing drops loot, and then you kill the Blood Maiden, and then she drops like 3 items. That's a symptom. I don't think that's how that's supposed to be working. There's no way doing this whole event is meant to net me 3 items without a greater chance at an ancestral at all. It sucks. Gambling. They made it so that this season's journey, you get double the items for gambling. Originally, everybody was super stoked about gambling because you were getting unique items all of a sudden, because you weren't really getting them before, and now you are. The issue being that when you full gamble a page of gear, maybe 15%, 20% of the items are either legendary or unique, and everything else is magic and rare, which not only are magic and rare items of no value, but before they did the most recent revamp, rare items, we were given this medicine, which is that rare items are going to continue to drop in the game, and people ignore the fact that, like, I mean, I don't need to get into it. It doesn't matter. Nobody pays attention to reality is basically the feedback, is kind of the problem. But rare gear was meant to give more resources when salvaged, which was one of the answers to a bottleneck in the past. And that's why we were supposed to be okay with rare gear dropping in the world. And then it was weird that legendary gear would drop less resources, so they also buffed up how much you get from salvaging legendary gear. So seeing rare gear is not meant to be a bad thing, because it has the benefit of dropping more resources when you salvage. Here's the problem with that. They redid the system, and that's no longer the case. So rare gear is both useless and is not worth more salvage. So the Helltide, the Blood Maiden, who is supposed to be a reintroduction of the loot tides, of the the blood harvest, is no longer empowered in that way to serve that purpose. Gambling, while more valuable, is simultaneously significantly less valuable, because at least back in the day you would get more salvage from salvaging all the rares, but now you don't. Okay. So what are all the other sources that can give you gear? Infernal Hordes? You know, we're basically the best at everything, which was a complete problem. Now they're not the best at everything, but at least you can get ancestral drops from it, which is good. The issue being that a lot of the drops that you get from Infernal Hordes are the Infernal Hordes unique items. The reason why that's a problem, at least for the Necromancer in particular, is that all of the Infernal Hordes unique items are terrible. They're the Mortarcrux, there's Shard of Varathiel, which just doesn't work for any of our builds. They're Lochran's Talisman, which was way too powerful, but then got nerfed to the point where it is unusable on endgame build because it's just worse than every alternative. It has limited use because it only applies to things which have an essence cost in the first place. And basically a unique amulet has to define a build or it can't be used because of how powerful amulets are. So these all are like nitpicky things, but the thing that I'm pointing out is, so again, from the Necromancer perspective, each thing that we can do to guarantee to get loot at rates that are high enough to sate the needs of being able to find upgrades have all lost a ton of value. Look at doing like Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons now are for getting masterworking materials, and then you get some loot at the end. But the Nightmare Dungeon is supposed to reward you for full clearing the Nightmare Dungeon to get as many masterworking materials as possible, or you could just run to the end and get significantly less masterworking materials. And then the loot that you also get along with it is very small. Then we look at the pit. The idea of the pit was that as you went further and further into the pit, your chances of dropping ancestral items were supposed to go up. You're supposed to get better odds by completing higher pit tiers, because that was the benefit of running the pit. Yes, now we get to level our glyphs through it, which is a change, but the value determination of the pit has been moved towards, now it's where you get your glyphs. You also drop loot, and you get more loot. So technically you get increased chances of seeing an ancestral item per occurrence of loot drop. But it's only because it drops more loot, but it doesn't drop higher quality loot. So doing the pit for loot also isn't a good option, because to run the highest pit tier that you possibly can, which is supposed to be the best chances at getting good stuff, at least in the old system, tends to be your pushing maximum, and doing a push is a 15-minute long run. That's the fun like reality. That's like the fun like connective tissue between everybody's experience in this game. If you are pushing the pit, meaning pushing the highest tier that is possible for you, ignore the Spiritborn for a second. Don't cry about it. Jesus Christ, we all know the Spiritborn exists. Your run will be 15 minutes. 15 minutes to not get a single ancestral item, which already is neither an automatic upgrade to an aspect, or at least a minimum a maxing out of an aspect, but also isn't even a guarantee of you finding an upgrade or even something of value. 1 GA? I can't tell you. I could count on one hand how many triple GA legendary items I have found. I think it's 4. And I have like 250 hours into the season. Who's supposed to find triple GA items? Who's supposed to find double GA items? I was reading a Reddit post. Now I'm a little bit on a rant. I was reading a Reddit post where somebody was upset that they didn't have a majority of double GA items on their gear yet. And I had to inform that person they shouldn't even expect to have full GA gear by the time of the season that they were in. Never mind multiple. Now, you can lay that all at the feet of the idea of the chase, the grind. But it's not a chase or grind. They just don't drop. I'm not grinding it out. I have to RMT to find these things. They're just not dropping. And I don't RMT, but that it's the hyperbole to show off the reality. You know, there are pit push builds right now. There are pit push builds right now, and this is such an issue with tier lists. Again, another symptom. People are like, why isn't in a higher tier? Somebody has done a 115 on it. I go, somebody has done a 115 in minimum average 2 to 3 GA gear with perfect triple masterwork crits. And then people are confused why they're running 15 tiers below that when they have the right stats. The discrepancy between what a person should be able to expect a build to do versus what a build can do and what it's advertised as doing is so wide that people believe that builds are lying to them. That's another symptom. So how do I wrap this rant up back to a reality and what I'm hoping to see in the PTR for Season 7? I would like the game to waste less of our time. Decentralize value from boss rotations. Invigorate a desire and a reason to do all content. Do you remember when, like, they had just buffed Helltide? And it was, okay, you go to Helltide while Helltide's up. In the downtime, you either go to a Legion or a World Boss. If there's no World Boss, there's no Legion, you're a little bit tired from doing a Helltide, you go do Nightmare Dungeons and some Pit runs.
Subscribe to a bad content
when you're done
creator.
with Pit and the dungeon runs, you're going to have enough compasses, so you're going to go and do an Infernal Horde. When you run out of compasses, you go back to the Helltide. Oh, there's a Helltide with a Legion event? I'll go to the Legion event in the Helltide. I was constantly going and doing things. It was perpetual. Oh, and there was like, oh, and then go from there, and then I'll go do the season event, and I'll get some rep, and then coming out of that, oh, now I have some materials, let's go do some boss rotations because I got some materials and I've saved them up. That lets me go do some Duriel rotations. Getting done with all that, now I have some gear, I can go upgrade my gear, and then I'm back in the Helltide. You were constantly doing everything because it was all good. Acid, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I would like for, and there's a lot of different answers to how to accomplish a lot of these things. I would like to decentralize the pressure to only run bosses, which are currently your best way of finding things to sell, since every build is running 7 fucking unique items, kitting out half of your characters. The only way to really generate greater affix ancestral items at a rate that matters. More value from non-ancestral items, not in a way that they can be an upgrade, but in a way that they stop being dead weight when you find them. You know, maybe uniques give a specific unique dust, and then putting that unique dust together gives you a chance of re-rolling the aspect of a unique item. So finding a 4GA unique with a min roll isn't dead. I think that'd be great. Decentralizing value from bosses, reinvesting into all of the content that already exists so that there is no dead content. And then kind of, I've been talking about the idea of symptoms. The Undercity right now. The Undercity is a great idea. Here's the issue with the Undercity. I don't know where to go to get the tributes for all of the different things, because they're so random that even when you are doing the content that's supposed to drop them, you don't drop them consistently enough to be able to jump into the Undercity and do an Undercity that you want to do. I find issue with that. The only ones I've been able to do are Obdicite and Boss Mats. Fix how the Undercity works with bargains. Bargains don't modify the tribute. Bargains add on to or modify the base loot of the Undercity. So I'll do a tribute for a greater chance at GAs, and then I'll do with more skill ranks or more amulets or more weapons, and then I'll just drop a bunch of non-GA gear and then the GAs from the tribute. I think that that's not how it's supposed to work, because the whole idea is that you add the bargain onto the tribute to further modify the run. So fix how the Undercity is working. right now, the opals. I think the opals are cool. I think the Realm Walker should stay in the game. I think the Realm Walker should be a localized event where it pops up, it fights you while it's invulnerable and you have to kill everything. Then you kill it, then you go in. This idea of this like escort mission, nobody likes escort missions. I'm sorry. It was cool literally the first time. Maybe it can just be walking around and then when you engage it, it stops. But take the tedium out of the content. So if there is tedium, find ways to remove it without making it baby water. Like, I didn't like the fact that you just could ignore the traps in the vault. But if the rewards were good enough, people probably would have been cool with it. Probably not, everybody is babies, but like, you know what I mean, right? Like, we can make a strong argument in support of you that says, keep the vault and keep its challenge because of this value. And people will learn to love something. Over time. Take the tedium out of the events that currently exist, continue to add onto it, make all events good. The Nahantu Legion events, speed those up. Holy shit, it's like 15 fucking minutes to do a Nahantu Legion. Have you ever run around with an incompetent crew that doesn't know to go kill stuff, so one of the little chariots just stays in one spot and never moves? It's insane, it's wild. It's absolutely bananas wild. You know, we've experienced the pit. I think the biggest concept from the pit that kind of sucks is that people feel like they can't progress in the pit after a certain point. Make it so that you always at least have a chance to upgrade your glyph at least 5%, as long as it's within like 20 levels of the current tier that you have, so that people can be rewarded for putting in time. And if it turns out like people find out you could just like speed run 10 levels lower and get it done faster, who the fuck cares? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The people who work harder and have stronger builds will be rewarded for that. The people who can't will also be able to have an avenue. Again, take the tedium out. There's so much. Fix the bugs that are currently in the game that have been in the game for a very long time, and kind of I would love a class recap. This is something that'd be very cool. I would love a class recap. Here's the idea of the class recap. The developers come out and they say, we're gonna do one stream on each class over a month or whatever. Maybe 2 per class, and go, here are outstanding features that were initially bugs, and whether or not they're going to be in the game forever, and how we're codifying that. There are outstanding things that where we believe these are the key pain points, or these are the key bugs that need to be addressed. Explain why they still exist, and give an idea of a vision for it going forward, so that people can know what that is, and then tailor and better curate their feedback to those ends. You know, I'm always very safe about what I do and do not talk about, because I have roughly 50,000 NDAs, right? But I can't say that, like, even I have that much insight. This isn't like I wish everybody else had this insight. I wish I had this insight. And then like the last thing, and this is really hard to quantify, but the last thing right now is I don't feel like Diablo4 is a darling. And here's what I mean by that. We don't have 30 years of playing World of Warcraft and Chris Metzen leaving and Chris Metzen coming back and heroes of that game. We don't have that yet. I have personal heroes. I'm using heroes very lightly here, but I mean like in the public perception. I have personal heroes. with the development team, who I believe every person I've talked to who actively works on Diablo 4 is the most passionate person I've talked to about a project. Straight up. I've worked with a lot of different companies. I've talked to a lot of different people. I've now had the privilege and the opportunity to talk to a lot of different types of developers. And you know, this one really hit me. You know, in my most recent video, I kind of set up a joke, stealing from this creator named Zevi, who makes very, very good content, where basically they go through and they describe they go through and they give a breakdown of the history of whatever outrage or drama is going on with a particular figure. And the way that they'll set it up, and I bit this straight up, so Zevi, if you ever find out about it, I bit you up straight, dog, I'm sorry. You have a great delivery. He goes, now see, and I put it as, the Diablo 4 developers had a problem. And I've, the still, it's Adam Jackson, you know, Adam Fletcher, Pez Radar, and Colin. And then I immediately followed up with, no, not these people. I love these people. These people are great. And people are coming at me like, how can you say these people are great? They suck. And I'm like, that's wild. I have had insanely real, honest conversations with all of these people. You know, I've broken bread with these people, quite literally sat and ate dinner with them and discussed kind of everything. And you have like no idea how much Colin has sat through us being like, here's every single thing that we can think of. And defending decisions and giving the explanation and breaking these things down and saying, this is exactly what we're going for. This is how we think it'll succeed. Here's what has come up for our own testing. Here's how we've envisioned it. Not just saying like, hey, everything you're saying is great, we're just going to do it. Going, no, tell us why it's great. Show us these things. Here's how we see it, which I think is very important. I think it's very important. I think it's beautiful. The same with Adam Jackson. The same with Adam Fletcher, with Pez Radar. Because, you know, where the space that I exist in as a content creator, you know, offers me a lot of privileges and a lot of insight. And it also puts me in a bit of a bubble and puts me in a bit of an echo chamber. You know, everything that I do is, every conclusion I come to is painted and is informed by the interactions I have with you all, you know, the things that I read, the stuff that people do, and what I see. I'm on Reddit all day. I'm in my own comment section. I check the forums. You know, I look through other people's videos and see what they're saying. A lot of my job is trying to keep abreast of what people feel and what people are doing. And all of that is to say, the amount of like energy and time that I spend, I wake up to Adam Fletcher already doing what I was going to be doing to get information. And I go to sleep to Adam Fletcher doing that. These people live and breathe this game. It is not a lack of passion. It is not a lack of vision. And while it sucks that I believe that this excuse is true, and this is not coming from them, this is me. This is how I feel. This is not being corroborated by them. I think they've been playing catch up. They've been building the game as they go. I think they've had to be reactionary. And I think with every patch, they're finding more of their footing and then discovering the downstream effects of issues that existed that are continuing to perpetuate throughout the game. The issue here being they can't stop. They have to continue. And what would be good to have to point back to is this idea of like this reconciliation of here's a vision, here's our current understanding, here's what we're hoping to accomplish. The issue being that the player base, this is going to sound like fucking anti-consumerism, but at some point, like, we are adults and adults choose to impact things. And I hate this idea that we can't be responsible for ourselves. The player base can't currently interact with that in good faith, in a meaningful way. Because the moment that they tell us those things, it will be, why doesn't it already exist? Which is fucking insane. So I hope that they can find a way, to the best of their ability, be able to offer something like this thing, because I think that it would be the most like holistically valuable to us. In just in getting these insights into the vision through campfire chats, I think is very important. The issue being that some of the previous vision is put aside and we don't really get context for it. So that's my long ass rant about all of this. And how I engage with it. So hopefully that was insightful for you. And I guess it answered the question. So I think they have a lot of work cut out for themselves. I think it's really challenging for them to be able to succeed. And not all of it is through a fault of their own. And the other side of it too, because I sound perpetually like an apologist, and to a certain degree, I do go out of my way to apologize more and to give more ground for them, because I think that unfairly that ground is taken away from them and common courtesy is taken away from them. Straight up, you can be mad about it. That is my bias. That is how I manage myself. That's how I handle myself. And I'm not really afraid for that to be a truth about myself. Just as long as I communicate that bias to everybody. Kind of, you can let that sit with yourself however it does for you. But I also do act in a way to hold them accountable, which I hate saying it like that, but to hold them accountable for the promises that they have made and why they have made them, because it's important. Credibility is important. Being able to stand on a truth is important. Being able to point to a truth is important. And I think that often that they do. I think the majority of the time they do. What was the point I was going to make here? I guess just fucking ring, you know, myself on the back. No, but the concept that I'm trying to get to is every time I experience a frustration in front of you in stream, do you know how where I'm like, wow, that sucks, and then I just kind of look over here for a while, and then I just go, hey, sorry, I had to type something up. That's me formulating feedback and like immediately handing it to them. I send a 3-paragraph bit of feedback about a certain thing every day. Every single day, you know? At this point, it's a bit of a joke. You know, I think I've taken the joke onto myself where it's like, oh, you're just a corporate shill. You're just like, you know, licking the boot, which gross. You know, I love that to like seek to maintain a respectful relationship must both be hated and it must be sexually related. And that definitely doesn't speak to anybody's own internalized sexual frustration. And I guess we'll just continue to ignore that, you fucking weirdos. But I assume at this point, the only reason why I continue to be a Diablo partner is because through my relentless feedback, they are gaining insight and value from it, because it is perpetual. I assume they're drowning, and honestly, like, hopefully I just haven't like made it to the point where they don't listen to it anymore. It is constant. It is fucking constant. So when I say Diablo4 isn't a darling, oh yeah, I guess I didn't quite wrap around to that. So let me speak to that. The idea of Diablo4 not being a darling. Let me touch on that. This holiday season, we're getting the Midwinter Blight. The Midwinter Blight is the same thing that it was last time. It's happening to have a really weird interaction with like Cinder drop rate. I think it's better implemented. It's just like in the Hell Tides as opposed to being a different purple area where you like run around and just like kill it all and get all this stuff real quick. So I think it's better, but it is the same thing. Now, if we look at World of Warcraft, the holiday events of World of Warcraft, there are a whole month. Everybody does them. They have awesome time-gated rewards where if you don't get it this year, you're excited to do it again next year. They have achievements tied to it. I think that the whole achievement system in World of Warcraft is just better because it's just like bigger and brighter and cooler looking, just straight up, just bigger and brighter and cooler looking. Like more, it doesn't look like a menu. It looks like an achievement board is how I always felt. But it is the same event as last year. Now, why do I think it's the same event as last year? Because I don't think they've had bandwidth to make a new thing. But if Diablo 4 was a darling like World of Warcraft was, it would be. Or it could be. It could be made to be. Development is hard. I don't know what goes into it. I just know that I was more excited for every single event in World of Warcraft than I've ever been in Diablo 4. I love Diablo 4. I have so many hours of it in less than 2 years. It's disgusting. And it's not just because it's my job or my career. I could be playing any video game right now. People mistake that all the time. You know, I choose to play Diablo 4. People are like, oh, the only reason why you care about this thing is because it's your career. Homie, I could be playing any video game right now. I could be dominating, I could be literally dominating a category on Twitch if I just go play a slightly niche game and bring what I do to the two games to that game. It's no question. But yeah, in Diablo, in World of Warcraft, you get a little snowball. What does a snowball do? It gives you a little, you know, it could be a little emote. where you point at a thing and you throw a snowball at them in town and then they fall over and it's fucking funny. That's awesome. Like, I know that sounds like nothing. That's awesome. Do you know how much fun I liked just having my staff of Archmage Vargoth and the Burning Crusade, and in completely inappropriate times, like about to go pull... Well, I never fought Illidan because my guild fell apart before we got to Illidan. But going to fight Alar and just summoning Archmage Vargoth, and he's just there and he's like, "What's up, Doc?" And I'm like, "Help me kill this Phoenix." And he's like, "Kael'thas's Phoenix? Are you trying to get the ashes?" I'm stuck in a tower. You're fighting a god bird. I'm still in that tower in the Netherstorm Fields or wherever the fuck Archmage Vargoth was stuck. Those little things are missing, and I think those little things exist when the team has the opportunity to have people who work on those things. And that's what I mean by it not being a darling. I feel like I have to explain to people and share how passionate the developers are with them because people don't believe it. I wasn't chronically online like I am now back during World of Warcraft, but I played WoW 20 plus hours a day if I could, every single day, every single weekend. I was on the forums constantly looking up stuff. I was consuming all content that existed at that time for it, which was a very different time. This is like during the introduction of YouTube and then its infancy. But it was like an event the moment they did anything, you know? And I don't experience that feeling continuously with Diablo4. And if I don't, I know other people definitely aren't. And it took me a while to really come to understand that thing. Because I've been so in the rat race of just like going. You know, it was like the season, and then the PTR, and then flying out for the Spiritborn, and then the Spiritborn reveal, and then the next season is coming through, and then you have to do a balance patch, you have to update the guides, and then the expansion's coming, you have to get ready for the expansion. And it was like constant, and it's just like, in that bubble, I could be very insulated from this concept, but it's something that like really hit me recently, and it's something that I would love to see them develop in the direction of, basically. That's what I mean by darling. I know it's a little hard to like quantify that thing, but that's what I mean by it. We'll save this for right now. Hold on, I just have to put out a thing. So I need to kick out an update to Blue Discord for Maxroll. Hello, fellow Necros. The Blight Endgame Guide is undergoing construction. You will see updates to the planners for the Pit Push variant. Be done by tonight. So don't go changing your build just yet. If you see anyone experiencing confusion, please refer them to this post. Thanks for the patience, and hopefully ETR campfire chat is lit. Dad jokes aside. Thanks again. That's my job. That's what I do. This is part of my job. Part of my job is doing this. Hey everybody, necro stuff is happening. Don't fucking freak out. Don't freak out. It's getting updated, I promise. Yeah. The campfire, you said it started? Okay. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
But at the time, we didn't know if it was gonna work.
I think what
I'm
we
gonna
landed
do
is going to turn some heads.
Make myself
This is
small.
not your normal thing.
I'm gonna full screen it.
Form of hatred.
I'm gonna make sure I saved this. That's saved. Okay. Whoa.
The new
Hatred
monster
incarnate.
class
The
that we
what?
introduced,
Oh, the hollows.
they're
The
called
monster type. I
hollows.
was like,
These
is this an event?
hollows have actually been
I'm
around
going
for
to
millennia.
run ads now, and I'm gonna
Mephisto
run
at some point did
bathroom.
go to Nahantu a
So that
long time ago.
we're not interrupted.
And these hollows were a reaction of Mephisto
yes, I can do
being in
captioning.
Nahantu at the time, and then they went
thank
dormant.
you, everybody who's hanging out right now. Also on the YouTube stream, hey,
Mephisto
if you haven't already,
in
if you could
Soulstone.
click the like button, that would be huge. Thank you very much to
Seems
everybody who
like
already
the
did it.
right thing
Also,
to do for Necro.
wild viewership on YouTube.
But
Thank you very much.
It has a chain reaction that I don't think anybody was prepared for.
Captioning?
The hollows are really rife throughout Nahantu now that Mephisto is back.
Is there captioning?
And just visually
Is there captioning?
horribly disgusting and sort of made up of the things that have been consumed by the hollows.
Yeah, they're an extension of evil, infecting wildlife and other monsters and people with this thing called ichor, and they're just sort of going mad.
When we're designing the hollows, the main thing that we wanted to push was just if hatred came to life, what would it look like? So we're thinking this black goo that's kind of formless, but also have this red anger energy inside of it.
Cool.
So we pushed a lot of like
that seems loud.
and exploration, and then from then on, like everyone
I will
from
be
there,
right
the
back.
design and concept would talk about it. It's like, okay, we like this one, and then we can push it and move it further.
The Hollow family is made up of 4 members: the Swarmer, the Spitter, the Caster, and the Brutes. A big thing for me was that the family need to be overwhelming without just relying on pure numbers. So they're going to get stronger over time if you let them fester. Their hatred, after all. The Swarmer can teleport and attack you from behind, from the sides. The Spitter is a slug with legs. They spew out this vomit stream of goo. The Brute is the big hulking slow guy of the family. He has the shield that's buffing and making the rest of the army stronger. Caster is responsible for creating new swarmers. They also will channel onto a specific hollow and imbue them with extra hatred, makes them stronger and more deadly.
The Hollowcaster's role serves as an elegant, hovering, yet menacing dungeon character in the game, really informed many of our design ideas.
When we want to make a new variant, we want to know in which specific area we would going to see that character or creature. Readability is like the main focus.
Went through several iterations on the design, the texture, the materials, and the camera testing.
The day after she gave me like, I don't know, what was that, 10 different variations? I was okay, now we are talking.
The emission on the spikes really did an awesome job to both on the silhouette and also to improve the readability. And in the end, we have the version that we were both happy with. And yeah, hand it over to the tech artist.
We had some really strong narrative direction in understanding how big of a role hatred played. And we knew that we needed one look to tie it all together. This hatred has one source, and it's all about Mephisto. For the Hollows specifically, we identified that we wanted
All right,
to
we're
do
back.
some
We're locked in.
special work with the materials, with the shaders for those characters. Shaders are the code that runs on the GPU that takes in all sorts of inputs like textures and lighting and position.
Also, thank you for all the follows
and
while I was
outputs
ranting. I
what
appreciate
the
y'all.
object surface is supposed to look like. We wanted a shader that was capable of adding this sludge layer, this hatred layer over top of it, and making it dynamic and animating so that it really looks like it was constantly undulating or writhing. So once we had this shader function, we were able to kind of apply that in all these different contexts, like the monsters, like the environment, the character armors even. Most of the shader work was done by Alex.
Shaders are
He really
magic.
took that shader function and made it work in all sorts of different contexts. And we also have the hatred add-ons to these characters, these tentacles, these writhing hatred growths all over them, which was a procedurally generated process that was largely run by Sky on our team.
The Hollows boss was kind of born of this idea of what does a pinnacle Hollows really look like. We have the Hollows family, and that was pretty well defined by the time that the Hollows boss kind of came up for concepting.
Our artist Victor had a lot of cool ideas for horror themes and really wanting to push visuals with contortions and like breaking the neck of this monster all over the place.
That's where we had the option to go, like, can we push it and really get that idea of what hatred and the Hollows are all about?
This inky black ichor that latched on to a once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team, and I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
All right.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from
I
Diablo,
was watching
and
a
he's
moment ago with
known
Novam. Did you
for
make a new
creating
Blade
a lot
planner
of
looking like you
dark
had the board up
imagery.
on stream? I'm currently
Every
working
time
on
we
it.
want to have a monster or boss, he's done all the greats, even Diablo himself.
Oh, Cal, I
One of
use
his
all
monitors
pronouns. I appreciate you
on
checking
side
in,
of
but
his
I
desk
use all
is just
pronouns.
like
I use he,
dark
him.
black
Don't worry about it.
staring at him. And so when
I'm the
we
easiest queer on
needed
the planet.
something that's pure darkness,
I'm a pick-me
like,
queer, honestly.
We had to tap Vic.
I feel like when we're talking about hatred, I kind of visualize it as like a black, webby
yeah,
like,
Hazek,
thing.
thank you
I
for the
thought
follow.
A spider configuration would work for this. So I did a few variations, some with souls, human souls trapped in the abdomen. It's like a purgatory because this creature consumes humans. I have this nagging feeling for a long time that why I felt
Tech
it's not
9?
working.
That is very
no matter how
Tech
interesting
9.
the design is, I'm not pushing the boundaries. So I basically rethought the whole thing. A lot of our creatures are just like raw aggression. It's just muscly and just brutal. Maybe this one is more insidious. What if the human figure is not controlling the hatred, but it's the other way around? Like the hatred is actually mocking humanity. It's like dragging a puppet around. So what I did is I kept the human figure as a focal point, but the rest of the creature is this moving mass of basically a ball of hatred.
Bonjour, Astray.
Broke a lot of rules. but
It is 4
I
minutes.
just felt like this just fits. So I went ahead with it and ran.
Speed 'em. You're gonna hit him with the speed 'em. Speed 'em. Speed 'em.
I
with the twist.
was looking at the concept for the first time
Sometimes
with the designer on the feature,
feel
Charles, and we were
like
kind
I'll
of in a
never
stunned silence
slow
for a little
down.
bit because it was
Worldwide
this reaction
choppers.
of, this thing is so cool. And then we started thinking, how are we even going to make this thing move?
Evil brain, angel
Typically,
heart.
Our monsters are bipedal or they're quadrupeds. How's it gonna move? We can't rely on walk cycles anymore. how's it going to rotate?
What up,
We can't
Scoliosis?
rely on, the built-in rotation stuff without it looking weird as hell.
Hey, you've been here.
It
You've
was
been
clear
here for a
that
grip.
in order to make this like animate and look natural, we were going to have to pretty much dive into uncharted territory. We wanted it to move in a very unique way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy, and just have like ridiculous animations as those tentacles are flying all over the place.
We had that narrative and kind of drive to make it formless, and with our conventional rigging that we couldn't do that.
We were doing prototyping before the feature even kicked off. Like, we were already meeting with animation.
Dial in for your nation.
Hey,
I can
we
see
have
that.
this thing. We think it's really cool, but we need help figuring this out. So we had a lot of early collaboration, which was really what set us up for success.
When the animator came back with it, going from post to post rather than your normal animations, I was like, yes, that's it. That's what hatred should feel like.
When you first find the Priestess of Hatred, it's going to look like a lifeless human corpse. And you're like, doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled into a giant pool of hatred, and then out of that pool of hatred comes this giant mass of tentacles. And that is the boss. So after animation, it gets to come to me, and I get to do all of the really cool visual effects at the end, show what those tentacles are doing when they impact the ground, when they slap something, when they hit.
Tell me what them tentacles do?
It really brings the entire thing together. The vomit attack is really gross because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out in a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
The whole process made me feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we are doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, Get this
Hey,
thing
real
moving.
quick, I missed the context.
Get the work done.
What is this eye? What is this? Also, you can see that this is like recorded in somebody's living room.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4
Hey!
Campfire Chat. And with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn.
Charles
appeared
Dunn!
On prior Campfire
We like Charles,
chats.
too.
We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon.
Oh, me
And we
same.
do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway.
Boy,
who's gonna
Dan
be,
Tangway.
talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well.
I want both of them.
Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And he's not sure if he can hear me. Oh, no. But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR
Is that
coming up
Altkin?
soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the U.S.
Also, what
and
is
so
this?
We
That's Tree
are
of
gonna be
Whispers.
talking about some of the contents
Gross.
before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder.
That is a goat, man.
Expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of the classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the Earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We also got a new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage.
Ooh,
and I think this is really cool. And as we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR, but I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase the, or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passes to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this
very
checklist
not
of
good,
mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some cracked energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there.
That seemed the firebolt change seemed really bad.
The new uniques we want to show off here on the Sork, talking about Ball Lightning.
Unique focus.
This is actually something interesting we're doing this season, where we're making 2 uniques that are in the same slot, and they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball. Really, you send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses to encourage this kind of playstyle. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off now and sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to
I like the dual focuses
on this right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that.
Ball Lightning can be cast while moving is fucking awesome,
it just feels
actually.
Much smoother, and this is one that you really. This build is just wants to be on the move,
right?
And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building.
We haven't hit Necro
making
yet.
that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
pure
like
werewolf.
Mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like rabies.
Can't wait for somebody to say that's a nerf because of the damage numbers are unsynced.
Now, this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison. Yeah. What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah, people will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so
Poison Rock
will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff, and this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually
become M. Bison?
do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for shred, you're going to do some bonus hits, and it looks so cool. Your
M. Bison
is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past, and you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. Mm-hmm. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of just bouncing around as a druid with the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So
the ticket, every season has a seasonal storyline.
Also, right? Because you can imagine launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have
we get M. Bison and Wolf NATO
following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect.
This applies to all summons?
Extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now, in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with
How
one
the
of your
fuck are you
skills.
going to drop that
And it
into
would
the
not,
rogue update?
Happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow clone critically strikes, and you have Wind Strikers. Now your character
Necro
gets that
update,
bonus.
nothing. Get bent.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game. But with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the
what does that even
works
mean?
with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing shadow step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow Imbuement explosion, and then move
Charles, I don't
to the next pack
care
of enemies.
But
Really
I
cool,
love you.
unique for that
You're
kind of build.
awesome. Can we talk about minions trigger lucky hit?
Additionally, Caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly.
Yeah.
So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life. And now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot, and they're both going to be working with Blood Wave.
Damage reduction.
So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Blood Wave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control.
Classic casting Bloodwave fortifies you.
Passive.
Absolutely, absolutely, especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now, the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Blood Wave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a
What
bone
is
prison.
Blood Lance doing?
So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less
Casting
of
Bone
the
Sphere
pure
reduces Blood Wave's
and much
cooldown.
more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see
Bloodwave is a bone skill that spawns a bone prison at its endpoint.
Blood spears, because that is what they now become. Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn, very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back.
I would like to remind every single person who currently is saying, is that it? These are not the patch notes. These are just the big highlights. As always, the patch notes are going to be 15 pages fucking long. There will be 1,000 different changes. Don't forget. Don't forget, guys. Don't forget.
Reduce damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where the
minions are fundamentally different now.
The bonus critical strike
minions
damage.
Are insanely buffed.
It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to
don't get caught up in the thing that isn't true.
There.
These are not the patch notes totality. They never are.
The core fantasy.
They're never
and
even
the
close to the totality
of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor Wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
What up, Wolf Girl? Thank you for the follow.
All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here.
Ooh, that's cool.
This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scalar. And so if you really want to build a dedicated
people are going to be so
Lacerate
confused
build
by
as
that.
kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often, sometimes you'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the
rank
utility,
5
maybe
on
you get
Soul
some
Rift was it
buff
will
from
refill
But
your
if you really
healing
wanted
potions.
To invest in it, we want to make sure that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful, and we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
Fucking stupid.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apigic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you this strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chop
That's a
rune
legendary?
that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those it's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates. Lots of changes coming to classes. You know, there's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is actually going to walk us through. Oh, there we go. Hey, I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Okay.
But Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, you know, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, you know, the season is about witchcraft. So there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers. And they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar. You're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. You know, we wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. You're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for, you know, really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot.
Like the
so
bug.
again, we're streamlining the process to, you know, make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, you know, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And yeah, let us know what you think about it. Now, let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. You know, we've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies. And, you know, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Piranado.
Piranado?
So, this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a Hex and an Aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So yeah, that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, you know, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Helltides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a head hunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing Whispers has a chance of spawning a Head Rotten boss. And the Head Rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a Head Rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, you know, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that, you know, really you're getting a bonus above and beyond, you know, those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit.
Where do you slot the powers?
And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time
No. Where do you slot in an Eldritch Witch power?
To proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, you know, creating a certain type of build.
But when would you ever not have 3
really
powers
to
equipped?
See what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think.
Not every witch power is Eldritch.
So
Got it.
Final thing is, you know, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, you know. So we thought, well, we should, you know, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season.
Ancestral Caches is lit.
We've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you know, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so, you know, you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across to walk all the way back to the waypoint or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. And please do choose the Ancestral Cache.
Yes,
like,
so powerful.
why would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we've people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's the Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4GA and then rolling 1%.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4GA. Well, my 1GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah. I think that's basically the feedback that we all gave them.
And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is Ancestral Legendaries. They are now going to, when an Ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the Legendary Aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate Ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, Ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an Ancestral drops because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players in being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
They're ranked 17 to 21
that
now.
Most definitely will address a lot of the confusion.
They will minimum be stronger than a non-ancestral.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the Ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one, So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a patch to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral once you get into the torment. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class, has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem.
Boy just showed the armory.
Longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still. Because Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum.
So Raining Air,
let's
fucking go!
I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your Fireball build, but you got this really sweet Ball Lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that Fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that Ball Lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respeccing or anything like that, so you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment
that's
actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns, it's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash, or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible.
Yes, it includes Paragon. It says it right there.
The feature, which I think is great.
That Paragon doesn't cost gold.
So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up. If you're playing a Druid, you don't have to go make another Druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before PTR updates. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot about PTR updates. I can't even follow my own agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam. But we do actually do have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because as you guys remember, the prior PTRs, we did character copies before or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. You guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy and it was like weeks and weeks in advance, and people are like, whoa, this is like my Barb from like, you know, it feels like yesteryear or something like that. Yeah. Now we are giving the flexibility of players being able to
That's actually huge. That's very, very good.
Essentially for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters from your normal account and move them over. There are a few caveats we do want to mention, though, is that it does replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times. So, but each time you do that, it does replace it all. So, if you do bounce between, you know, PTR and like your main account on the normal game servers, and let's say you get new gear, you can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe everything on your PTR when you do that. If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over and you actually use the account boost or the character boost that we actually have within PTR, just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those. So just be careful with that. We'll make sure
and that's 2 minutes and then it's fucking
so
POE.
players are aware. But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
Definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have for PTR. Obviously, we'll end up having the new unique items within the character boost that will be available in Season 7 PTR. We'll have, you know, witchcraft powers, the witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys want to change before the Season 7 and patch 2.1 actually kicks off. Cool. Now we can go to Q&A. I do want to call out quickly just a reminder that we will have a blog up immediately after the stream for PTR. Patch notes will be next Wednesday. Again, this is due to us streaming a little early for the holidays, just to make sure that everyone was here to do a stream for PTR. And then PTR is planning on starting on December 3rd. So players will be able to jump into PTR then. Of course, it is just PC Battle.net, just easier for us and more flexibility for us to be able to do updates and everything from our end for PTR. But I know we have a question teed up, so if you have questions, please put them in chat. And we will get those, you know, we'll try to address as many as possible for the end of the stream. I have to like reach over, there's like a plant here that no one can see, but will all the PTR content be available on day one is a question that we probably, we've heard when we announced the PTR stream, and we know that players are probably gonna ask, just because with the past PTR, you know, we split it out. Yeah, we did split it out. We will say that all the PTR content will be available day one, so players can jump in and actually check out everything related to patch 2.1 immediately with day one whenever they need to. So shouldn't be a problem. Jumping into some questions, Small Petting Zoo. I know Small Petting Zoo. They're a person that plays a lot of companion druid.
I would imagine based on the name.
So they're asking, will there be fixes to Storm and Werewolf tags given to Druid Wolves? by the item Storm's Companion.
Yes.
They have never functioned, would more than double the damage of the build.
Yes, actually, as part of that comprehensive update that I mentioned to summons across the game,
Minions?
I did take pass to look at specifically updating
Minions
how
proccing
the
lucky
wolves
hit
interact
chance
with
is
Storm's
fucking
Companion.
insane.
And now, whenever they're imbued with the lightning from Storm's Companion, they do count as lightning skills. And because the
Elemental Surge Minions is
because
on
the way
the table.
damage is calculated and attributed, it should also work with all the things that say, hey, when you deal lightning damage, do something special. Your lightning wolves are going to be triggering and interacting with all those effects.
They did not trigger lucky hit. They only specifically triggered Decrepify due to a bug.
Going forward.
Awesome. Shocky pets.
Question from Narrator Dog. How does this fit into, how does the Season 7 stuff fit into lore? Because during Vessel of Hatred and the Tree seem to be on good terms. Dan, I don't know if you want to answer this or if you want me to answer it. Up to you.
Yeah, so I'll say, first off, we're not going to get too deep of an answer. We're going to reveal more about the story as we get closer to the release of Season 7.
Yeah, back there. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
We are really looking at trying to build upon the events of Vessel of Hatred with every season moving forward. And so
X-Falls, your minions don't do damage over time. They don't trigger X-Falls.
And I'll leave it at that.
Cool. You'll hear more soon. Again, we plan on doing a more grandiose.
It's only interaction should be with Shade Mist
in the story as we get closer to the release. So you'll hear more about kind of like the backstory of everything and how the Tree of Whispers plays into everything as well. Question from Toothless81. Is there going to be a rework or cost reduction to masterworking? Veiled Crystals have become a huge roadblock with trying to gear multiple alts.
Yeah, I think we are always keeping our eye on the economy. We did a big pass. If you remember, we did a stream last week that was talking about tightening up the economy. So we do intend on taking a look at just generally how things are playing out. I think alts is something that we need to definitely be taking a look at. We do want to encourage alt gameplay. That was part of the big Paragon changes. So that sort of feedback is super valuable. It's really good to know that Veiled Crystals are that alt blocker. We want to make sure that alts are something that players are really excited about if that's something that they want to pursue. So appreciate that.
Question related to like stacking items. This is from Marwan Gaming. Any plans on the amount that you can stack, like items, potions, like potions, keys, and runes? Wow, I can't read. Any updates, or are we looking at any of that type of thing?
We definitely are looking at it. We don't have anything to share, but it's top of mind. I know that boss materials, for example, are at 50. There are some technical reasons why we have it like that, but it's something we are actively looking at. Dracaronia mentions, do you know if XP wells are getting fixed? And
yeah, Spirit Wolves are definitely back on the table.
For maybe pets collecting loot a little bit faster, anything on the screen for players?
I know the XP well definitely has been reported, and it's something we're looking into. So we know about it. We're looking at it. This is part of the PTR, is to find a lot more of these types of problems. So we will look at it. As far as the pets, no plans at the moment. I know we've done a big pass on a lot of things to essentially make sure that, like, when a rare item drops in Torment, it's just going to get.
If all summons are just considered summons, the Spirit Wolves should trigger Mendeln.
Loot just auto pick upable.
And since they no longer interrupt Mendeln procs, hyper spawning them would be very good.
Will Druid ever see some love for Ravens? Would be awesome to have maybe a.
Should we hop over to Path of Exile?
Like the wolves and everything that they have right now, or the vines and stuff. Wait, is there any plans for maybe adjustments to Ravens in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. Ravens, one of the three companions compared to the wolves and the vine creeper, which I think. I think
we should. Like, I don't think
in the companion build
Q&A is going to bring up anything. All right, we're going to swap over.
Even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream,
we're swapping over to POE.
Everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound
I'm just gonna be taking down things I'm excited about. I'm very new to PoE, so welcome to me being a noob in a game.
Protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
We'll go back and make sure we didn't miss anything. Screen UI looks very much the same. Yeah, this trailer is very in-engine.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Map looks a lot better. That's a very cool map. Oh, towers! Tower gameplay, boys. PoE is a very good game, yes. It took me a long time to understand it, but it finally clicked in this past, whatever they call it. Whatever they call their seasons.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Big hands.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
I'm comfy.
For 20 years, Rayclass has been free from any sources of corruption. But the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Oh, that's the character select screen. It's got to be, right?
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren
What? Hello?
plains of the Vesteri Desert.
Yeah.
And
what's happening?
Delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. Challenging monsters, hidden ruins, lost camps and treasures.
Okay, this is everybody?
Roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
This is not just me.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum.
What up, Greg? I'm in fact feeling worse, but thank you.
Combos.
This is everybody, right? F.
Get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing.
This can't be real, right? Who is subscribing to the channel? That's funny. This is impossible, right? It's like every second, it's like 15 subs. Oh, are they drops? Hold on. No, no, GGG wouldn't have a Twitch drop incentive for Prime subs to itself. That would be fucking insane. Hey guys, if you sub to us for you'll get stuff, that would be insane.
Just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who power and tends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarter staves.
I'm almost positive that would be against terms of service.
In game, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of POE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
We're back.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Thank you for the follow.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum.
Stickly, sorry.
Like all classes in POE2,
Sir,
you'll want
I'm
to use
such a big
wide variety
fan.
of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 skills
I
in
like the
martial
skill
arts:
gem change.
Lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
I like that bell.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower, but
yeah, I planned on playing a lot of POE too.
He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies.
POE skill gems are a terrible idea. I think you're a hater.
Slams are slow, you never lose control.
I think you're legit a hater. The gem system is a very cool system.
If you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield.
What is this class called?
In POE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get ancestral warrior totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior totem. Now when I summon them,
are skills not tied to your, or gems not tied to your gear?
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In POE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks.
Significantly less cool.
Between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation.
I haven't looked at really anything for POE2 yet.
Bouncing around between enemies or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In POE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare.
Just give him a gun
before moving in.
I get it.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows.
What do you mean it's a crossbow grenade? Just give him a gun.
And pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Sure.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
The green ones right here. Could you always select the node type?
About how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume
Right, it used to be specific, right?
And here's
I
one
like
that
that
gives
change.
grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
What up, Savori?
Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
I like that a lot.
You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield 2-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a 2-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets.
Leela, every single PoE season start is riddled with bugs and things that they have to change just like every other game. It's honestly, there's this weird misrepresentation that Diablo4 is the only game that experiences bugs.
While following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build.
The same outrage happens with every single season start of PoE. People are saying the game's dead. They need to update everything.
Points as bonus points to invest
the exact same thing.
But creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of Spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from Spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in POE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
There's gold!
Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky.
They added
is also
gold!
used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required.
Am I going to deep dive Necro and PoE? I probably want to play a different class, but I'm going to be playing a lot of PoE too.
In exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
You can't trade gold?
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
What?
Corpse Wave will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials.
Am I going to have a POE2 gameplay trailer announcement video? I'm going to have a video about the things I think are cool. I'm not really going to do like a breakdown of this.
But at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack
I'll do
copies of
PoE2
Shock for
content.
more damage. And going deeper into the tree,
as long as I like
all
playing the
damage
game.
Types apply shock. Make a shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
I like that the skill trees are thematically shaped.
With impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Diablo Campfire ended, yes.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will
all of these things look like they were cropped very weirdly.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have.
Gothic monk.
Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream.
Thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed.
There you will see the flames
I'm not just a monk. I'm Dark Gothic monk.
And damage.
I'm Cringe Lord monk.
The mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose
to
become
Give the mercenary a gun, you cowards.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials,
I like Gemling, Mark.
As you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas.
Okay.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your Ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways.
Welcome back, Chad.
This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in POE2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of POE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally
is that
random,
their
and
evade
the
build?
combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps.
Forever?
One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played POE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For POE2, we have created sequels to several POE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breachstone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of POE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps.
Are we still in the Atlas?
Can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate.
Hey, are we still in Atlas or no?
Progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters.
Jesus Christ.
The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses.
Jewel sockets also seem to be on the highway as opposed to a thing that you build towards. Is that true?
Radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects.
Because in POE1 it seems like you build out to a jewel socket.
The secrets of the Marahith, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only one honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet?
Where's Diablo 4? It's the POE live stream now. The Diablo 4 campfire chat already happened.
While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the
POE?
maze
Yeah, this is
preventing
POE
something
2.
from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter.
What's that? Path of Exile? It's a different ARPG that is like significantly more complicated.
Each of the factions
That's getting a sequel.
one of the keys, so
It's-
you will need to defeat them.
It's more like a
Each faction is
reboot,
led by
but
an
now
uber-active
it's
boss.
being
You can
sold
see
as a
one of them
sequel.
inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you
Season
guys
7's
attempt it for the
dropping
first time.
3 months
But is
after
there
the
a tree
start.
you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is
There's
Path
nothing.
of
It's
Exile. There
the
is
normal
always
3-month
another
season.
tree.
So these are your challenges for POE2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing POE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to POE2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in POE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious Crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed
Lethal
swords.
Frog, thank you very much for the 4
For
months.
those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's
That
history,
motherfucking
you will also
supporter
get a
pack
series
said
of hideout statues.
$480.
This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Farad'n supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Farad'n's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani.
The Evan Piercer build is not fully updated yet, DJ
That's
Source.
not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger
I'll be
skin.
finishing. I'm just really fucking sick.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
How do I see these?
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi.
Where do I go to
Harnessing
click it?
ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own
Wait,
bow.
what's a Path
Why
of
not have some
Exile
races?
2 key?
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
What is it? What's the difference between these two things?
Rule and style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure. this
Like
map
Path
device
of
can
Exile
create portals
2
to in-game
is
maps,
free
but it
to
also
play,
comes with a
right?
throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied
So,
weapon skins.
Path of Exile 2 early
Light of Divinity scepter
access,
skin, the Deliverance
or
crossbow
Path of
skin,
Exile 2 key.
the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin.
Why would this ever have to talk about a Path of Exile 2 key for
Once again, you'll
$30
have an
if the
accompanying
game's free to
key,
play?
And of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclass's history. The
you
battle
just
between
want-
a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215
guys,
includes a huge
guys.
amount of amazing concept art and lore.
Path of
produced
Exile
during the
2
long and
early
exciting journey of
access.
Path of Exile 2's development.
Or
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in
Path of
designing
Exile
game
2 key.
features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary.
What the fuck does or mean?
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted,
What does that
along with a message
mean?
for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in POE1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in POE2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Ziggy D! Holy shit, I'm gonna finally meet who Ziggy D is? Ziggy D here. I've never seen Ziggy D.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen
Is this
so
Ziggy
far.
D?
It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching
Ziggy D
things.
here.
And you're already cooking in
Fuck
your
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a
Ziggy D here.
Get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile.
Ziggy D is like an Australian Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Choose between different types of content, and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So, if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame.
So that's kind
100%.
of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like
Ziggy D is Australian Brendan Lee Mulligan. Wowie, that's all I can see now.
A lot of games nowadays release, and they.
I'll explain the Ziggy D lore later on.
And it just falls real flat.
Yeah. Stop screaming over them.
It was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do.
Ooh,
let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten.
Wait, they say hard like I do.
If we hadn't have changed direction, it's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this.
They also add R's to words that don't have them.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure.
Hold on, is the Australian accent like the Boston accent?
It's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. Not scrap, but like, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think like a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for what is it?
They're not
6
Australians.
years.
Like, I think it's even longer. Actually,
yeah, it's like just this epic journey.
New Zealand.
Whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are like, we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over. But everyone embraced it. We talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here?
Hey, fun fact. If I'm an American, because I'm on the North American continent, you're a fucking Australian if you're from New Zealand.
In a game like this,
all right?
And it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of end game now.
Absolutely. I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah,
progress.
But cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But if we launched and all the POE1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, POE1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
The New Zealand accent
like,
handles Oz the same way that the Boston accent does.
It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
No.
It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't
things
even
with
really know
H's
because, like,
like kind of have an R sound to them.
Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. Could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people. A
There's
relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, POE2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch?
I like that little orb here.
POE2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be, because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here
it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that. They really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to say Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company. You get things like the super uniques, and POE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in POE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know,
no.
I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, you know, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, you know, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing.
Why do we sound the same?
You know, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, you know, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in POE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, you know, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original POE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh
they
my
say
God,
idea?
The Chimera is finally being finished.
Why?
Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, you know, point where we're about to deploy early access. You know, not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, you know, coming into a release, and I think especially for, you know, there's like a bunch of people on the POE2 team who have, you know, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, you know, like, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because, you know, we release, you know, content for POE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to to get a game released. But honestly, like POE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like wow, there's way more stuff there. And like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Yeah, like obviously it's nerve wracking, coming up to coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when I mean we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing a, almost what I'm going to be playing in
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to just go get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks.
I'll go ahead and say it. I'm now a fan of Australia and New Zealand, and of Path of Exile.
It's been a lot. So you've done that.
I didn't know y'all talked. I've never I've never really tuned into that. I feel like my third eye just opened.
Originally, I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how POE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind
of.
I
fixed it,
yeah,
Trev.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Also, whoever that one is looks like a piece of shit.
Some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the POE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than POE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a POE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, you know, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, you know, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah, I certainly want to really, I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, and Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exiled characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In POE2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think actually
chaos being the new divine.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? It then,
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to POE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like actually?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's absolutely. We have,
a lot.
we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that
unhinged.
stuff. It is a bit, but you know, we
It's a
like
bit
a challenge.
unhinged.
I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently.
Sorry, I just have to check a thing. We're gonna keep watching. I just have to check a thing.
A lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. You know, I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. You know, the Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been, you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for, is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where they may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and, like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff, like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time, but we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are
seeing
this.
Like, get back into this. You know, people are seeing. You know, like actually getting back into that, and like and being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, you know, before we released POE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good.
Excuse me.
I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective,
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of, if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. You know, it can be pretty hard. And so, when you're on that fine line of like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at in-game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended
just
up
get
with
a mage
like,
blood,
just
right?
like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at in-game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in POE1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more.
That's what you do, right? You just put on mage blood.
Sure, I guess, sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point
I
is,
got the reference.
Stuff that we're doing effectively means that
Let's
no longer
go,
the game is making
baby.
that decision of like that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction.
I got the reference.
The other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more
They haven't talked about controller support now.
So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily
So we've got Leech edition number 475 is how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, it can give this or this whatever. But there's like seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
it's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is arcade.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. And you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you know, you've always had that thing of like, you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
Funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see.
I'm failing very hard right now.
Expansion out next.
I need them to stop talking so I can record 2 videos and call it a day.
Always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to end game, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability, is that there's always problems.
And hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like, we
don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know, no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Is this from he's finding fires already? No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But
is insane.
Obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience. Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other, so that
subscribes.
Don't make me choose.
So we saw a cinematic.
Who subscribes to this?
To put it lightly, it was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling.
I don't know why you're subscribing. Just like, donate money to them. Like Twitch is taking half their money.
Yes, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light.
You're throwing away money.
These kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the POE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively,
any idea how early access? How long is early access, everybody?
Absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time.
Ellie, thank you for the follow.
We don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just change, when you change the camera position for a cutscene. Immediately it feels way more annoying, like because there's just whole.
Yeah, I think
thing,
like he said the word February and a maybe
sure, when you're
at one point.
The first time, that kind of thing is like like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of POE2 from POE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing.
Shorter than 7 days to die. Look, leave him alone.
The beast was killed. And then what happened?
At least it's not Savage Lands, all right.
Gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again, and you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world, and effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Islamite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Islamite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Islamite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine.
I got to Act 6.
But that just like Points to
I
the
killed
fact that I feel
5
like doing a lot of
gods.
Characters here.
For
You
sure.
even mentioned the ascendancy stuff.
And like
is gonna
4
happen.
fake gods.
So,
I
like,
killed so many gods. I was just, it was kind of funny.
The acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of, is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have
this was my notes.
The origins of the monks, where there's like an order.
Candid answer, crafting my weapon, did tower defense, puzzle, ID is dead, I killed God. Then I killed God again, and then I forced death to God, and then I killed a Karui God, and then I died in heights.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. We're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things, like what is the history of these people, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that Into the Breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like,
that's awesome.
Just puts it back on you, and it's like, And so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information.
At this point, what are we talking about?
When you enter an area,
not trying to be a dick, legitimately. What are we talking about at this point? Just kind of like stuff?
And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach churton landmark rooms and you walk into them,
like I'm really not trying to be an asshole. We are just like kind of chatting about stuff, right?
These little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
Well,
tons. There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Oh, this person.
Internally we had some developers watching the trailer
Trev.
yesterday, getting excited about it. And then I
Trev,
was like,
you know
I
who
wanna
this
play
person?
that- I
You know who
wanna
this
play that
person
character.
reminds
I
me
wanna
of?
Be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then I like suggest it should be
Hey,
a shadow,
Doherty?
and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow
sick.
ascendancy, like. That's
If you
really
think
cool.
like
You can do
they kind of talk the
awesome
exact
things now,
same.
even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the
It's actually now
there's a
all
little
I
thing
can
for
see.
The Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So
Kind of like how
these are
they're
little
jazzed
things that,
about,
again,
like they're
connect
really
all the
excited about the
culture
thing that
and all
they're
stuff
saying.
together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and you know,
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you
Yeah,
ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
yeah,
into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage. When you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character. Whenever you cast spells, you're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe
Sick.
going on, and like
Drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Friends' brother.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than
Right?
the classes for
Right?
kind of like feeling the.
Sorry, we're talking about a
vibe that
person that I know in the real world.
Sure, 'cause
Trev and I are
mean,
friends
the
with.
classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills,
It's
whatever weapon.
it's
Sure, you don't
it's
have
like
to
I'm
tree the stuff,
staring
but,
at my friend
but
talk
high
now that I
level,
can
you
see
can
it.
Go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, yeah, the
It
ascendancy
kind of
is
they
what
have like a
becomes
similar
more of that
set to their
important identifying
face
feature,
too.
because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah,
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note,
No,
I know I was definitely
love
confused.
it.
I know people were definitely
Okay, I
confused
love
and a little
it.
worried
Hey.
about ascendancy and what's happening
Hey,
with that.
I'm
and
just
people
gonna
were, like, watching
fetishize
the,
this
like,
accent. I love this so much.
The Sekima trial,
Nerd.
and being like, oh, what if I don't like
yeah.
this? Oh,
Sure.
is this another
It's
lab
like
again?
Glorilla
So I want
adding
you to like lay it out.
like to the
simply as
U
possible. Like,
sound.
how do you ascend?
Like Kurt
So
teeth.
effectively, in the full game,
Kerbin,
there's
no
going to be 3
Kerbin.
ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those
Ziggy
rooms,
was
right?
getting
Like,
a
rooms, you can just go to
production
other things,
direction there.
do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's
Him
like you
looking
always
over
get to
like
choose, what
that
you're doing there.
was either checking
it's
a
funny
timer
because
or
I
was
know
getting a
traps are so contentious,
production
but,
direction.
Also there are other people who just
So I
know that
assumed
stuff,
they
so,
just
you know,
gave him the let's wrap it up.
There's these
It's
like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can
Mhm.
choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a win.
clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with POE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So
Right.
and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller
And
progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and POE1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do
I'm
it
glad
later,
this is
just
probably
stockpile
awesome
a
for the
bunch of them,
people who
run
are
them all
getting a lot out of
leisure,
it.
You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it. If you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that.
How did we get to another question?
I didn't actually realize you'd changed.
Holy
I guess it was a little bit too
shit.
much to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think
Hard.
you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I
it's
did
just-
pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the POE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta, the launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in
that-
Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend an ultimatum. We want the trial master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the trial master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
And things like
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing,
I've been like,
it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now
this person is our
item.
friend.
So,
that
example,
was the most
weapon,
our friend statement I've ever seen.
Damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes. It could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't.
This is them in another
free
world.
Damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it.
This person right here
was
has the exact same storytelling and communication cadence kind of quirks as one of my real life friends.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it's...
Hey, everybody.
Changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2.
I'm going to stop watching this. This is great. I love this. This is awesome.
It doesn't care about
I'm going to stop watching this. So I'm going to go back to analyzing Diablo 4.
You can use this to get...
We all good with that?
Assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't.
We all good here?
It to, but you'll be able to get a 1200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what it did, but whatever.
Okay. Okay. All right, here's what's going to happen. We're going to go back to here. We're going to talk about the Necromancer. Holy. We're going to talk about the Necromancer. Oof. That was so much. We're going to go here. We're going to talk about the Necromancer. I'm going to go get a snack. Spotify turned off? Hello, Spotify? Hello, Spotify? We're gonna reset. And then we are going to talk about these things that we saw. That was a lot. Very cool. Again, I'm very excited for people who are excited about it. I will be right back. Holy. Wowie. Wowie caboodles, that was a lot. Holy wowie caboodles.
You have to understand how things are up here. genre up here.
They missed this new legendary? What do you mean, scoliosis?
You have to understand how things are up here.
What does that mean? Hey. How do you get in? You give them $30, or if you've already spent $480 in POE1. Where's the blog? Fuck me, dude. What does unhindered mean again? Fuck, this blog post is gigantic. Wowie. This is absolutely nothing. It really does. It's just absolutely nothing. That's kind of a thing. Okay, so hold on. This is insane for Soul Rift. So these are the major, and then they're the minor. Firebat? What is Firebat up to? I like Firebat stuff. Trump and Crip are still making Hearthstone content. I assume Kibler still does too. I was watching Trump not too long ago. So they kind of like randomly interspersed the major powers and the minor powers here. Are they still... Maybe, Trev. Who knows, man? Madam. Made her do. It's Capone. What? That's all. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. Okay. What am I? I'm very quiet right now because I'm running out of life energy. And I didn't realize that they were going to release all this information right now, so now I'm absorbing it at the same rate that everybody else is. This is fucking nut. What do you mean absorb 100 damage for 5? What the fuck is that? That's nothing. Okay. This can't be that. This can't be what the number is. This is interesting, but like, what does that mean? Reflect enemy projectiles typically means that like it will then do damage at them? How does this work for a boss? That's cool. Gain primary stat by 3% per monster. That's a lot of primary stat. We'll need to see how this works on single targets. This seems very cool for dealing with our unstoppable issues. %80 of their total life? Here's the issue. Necros don't apply damage over time to targets. Necros do damage over time in an area. Grow. Your witchcraft effects deal X of the damage dealt over 5 seconds. The damage type is based on your class. When your damage over time effects exceed 85% of the target's total life, they immediately die. I don't think that this says it has to be specifically the witchcraft effects damage over time variable. That would be insane. Like, you would never be able to know. Visually, you would never be able to determine what was happening. So the way that it works, Devil, is that typically you put it in your board and then those things are happening. This won't work with Blight or Blight. We don't do damage over time to targets. The Necromancer doesn't apply damage over time to targets. Burning is damage over time. Poisoning is damage over time. We have areas of effect which deal damage over time to targets in the area, but we don't apply damage over time to targets. That's kind of the whole thing. Ebon Piercer applies damage over time to targets. Decompose Erasure also doesn't... So, Decompose... This is going to sound stupid. Decompose doesn't do damage over time... Doesn't apply damage over time to the target as an effect. As long as Decompose is on a target, they are taking damage over time, which is a different thing mechanically. I know that's stupid as fuck, but it's different mechanically. This will be interesting. And is it total life or current life? I know it says total life, but like, is that mechanically how it works? Bro. Bro. Big. Grow. How does this work if I'm standing next to the monster? Why did we not just call this cycle? That's cool. And before people saying, please make build guides without the witch powers for Eternal. I'm pre-exhausted by it. Fucking what? Well, isn't that stupid? Did you get them from a cache, Alpine? Like a whisper cache? Frog. 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 Do I know any rock facts? That's a rock fact. No, but you will do well to keep the president in good standing. Frog. Oh yeah, we watch that every year. Frog. Rug. Rug. Hold on. Rug. 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 Rug.
MacroBioFrog, 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 MacroBioFrog,
Frog. 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 Don't send this to Frosty. 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 Don't send this. Frog. At least include the part where I say frog a lot and post it. Like, try to get the whole story to him if you're gonna send it, because I think he'll need a lot to work with. Yeah, I have a minor fever. Okay. For the gems... non-unique. What is a unique power? Your non-unique Eldritch Witch powers gain 25% potency. First off, what's potency? Second off, what does non-unique mean? Little soup? Oh, big soup. Thank you, madams. It's big soup. Thank you so much. Big soup. Rug. Let's see. Paraga. 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 It's a good clip. It's a good clip. Fucking wild. We're gonna be so insanely strong. What? Next core skill gains the Eldritch tag? What does gaining an Eldritch tag mean? If it gains the Eldritch tag, does it count as a witchcraft effect? Oh, Trev. Dan, homie, we got 15 types of content. We're going to a new Helltide. It's called Headhunt. Root hold or mini dungeons? Okay. While you have an active aura, your ultimates gain each Grimoire tag. Bone Prison. You deal damage over time faster? You deal damage faster? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Hey, what does that mean? Hey, real quick, I've played this game for 3,500 hours. What does that mean? ET's playing WoW. Crazy. What? What does that mean? Because here's the issue. Okay, you go from 6 seconds to 4 seconds. And you redistribute that 2 seconds of damage over it. But that means that your dots are affecting the target for less long. Does this modify their lucky hit chance? Frog. What does this mean for lucky hit chance? Summons deal 25% more damage, but why would I ever do that when I can just make it so that you just deal, where was it? Oh, that was only for overpower, okay. Frog. Frogs in chat, boys. Frog. Somebody post it so I can copy it. Frog. Wait, why won't it work? Well, somebody else needs to post it. Frog. This is cool for hardcore. Oh, interesting. Frog. Every 5 seconds generating 600 resource or offering is 120 per second. Better than Lith. Not bad. With the ability to overflow, which is cool. This is, I don't know, at least for Necromancer, this is nothing. This is Lith with extra steps. This is nothing. Might be something. Druid! Invoke Druid lightning bolts. Invoke Druid. A rug. A rug. This is nothing. Okay, let's go back to watching. New class, the frog. It's pretty exciting, honestly. Oh, the Druid. Rug. Okay. So here's why Rathma's Vigor is absolutely fucking buck wild insane. Did y'all read this? This key passive. This key passive just says you do 120% bonus overpower damage. You can ignore the top of it entirely. It says when you click it, you just do increased overpower damage. Hello, Bone Spirit, Soul Rift, Sever, Bone Spear. What are we doing? How is do we think this is a blood necromancer buff? What the fuck is this? What is this? What else is coming? Blood Necromancer buffs. Improved itemization and new overpower synergies. You deal 120% increased overpower damage. Shadow Blood Wave. Blood Lance, Blood Surge, Sever, Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, OP Bone Storm, Soul Rift, This is insane. This is crazy. Let's talk about Kesame's legacy.
Focus and concentration. The person can concentrate intensely on a specific thought or memory while blocking out sources of distraction. 7. Hypnotized subjects are said to show an increased response. Brace yourself for the darkness.
Oh, you would absolutely not use Blood Moon Breaches over this. Not even vaguely close. This has a 4 times damage multi to Blood Wave. And you also get double the waves. And an added damage bonus. And you can reach 100% chance for Blood Wave to deal double damage. If they can both hit a single target, there's a couple variables. One, you'll actually reach 100% chance for a Blood Wave to deal double damage, and you no longer need to hit like triple masterwork crit on your weapons. It effectively doubles Blood Wave's damage. Excuse me. Adds an additional damage component to it. And then gives you a 4 times multi to your Blood Wave damage. This is like something like 10 times the damage Blood Wave builds are currently doing. You will be doing a factor of 10 more damage with this. Apple Cider Witch, thank you for the follow. This is absolutely fucking cracked. Cracked. And we don't even know what rank 5 Blood Wave does yet. We didn't see what rank 5 ultimates do across the board. Soul Rifts refills your potions. You know. Which actually is a benefit, because it means that you don't have to run Subo's drop potions. Was recommended to you by my best friend. Well, hopefully your best friend knows that I appreciate the recommendation. Thank you, best friend of Apple Cider Witch. You very specifically use potions on Soul Rift builds to trigger Cax rune word and untimely death. This is fucking bananas. This thing says 10 times your damage. This is insane. You don't need ultimate cooldown reduction on any gear pieces? What the what? Hey, hey, hey. What the fuck? Indira's Memory. Casting Bone Spear reduces Bloodwave's cooldown. Additive overpowered damage! And damage while injured! Bone Spear, not Blood Lance. So you no longer need an aspect. Blood Wave increases your blood skill damage by 80% when you cast it. Tides of Blood ranks. Bone Spear is a blood skill. Who's Kesame? Oh, it's just Rathma's wife. Okay. What? What happened there? Okay. Okay. Let's watch in slow-mo. I think this item is unusable, but let's watch in slow-mo. Okay. Let's watch. So, launches a Bone Spear. Bone Spear deals damage. Bone Spear from corpse is fired. No bone shards come out of the second Bone Spear. Okay. Launches Bone Spear. Corpse is consumed, fires a Bone Spear. Blood shards from initial Bone Spear come back. Bone shards from shoot out of the Necromancer. Begging the question, why? I've submitted a future bug report. Future bug report. So here's what I think is happening. Here's what I think is happening. Excuse me. So, here's what I think is happening. Few bugs to note here. What we don't see is chance to cast twice triggering. And what we don't see is shards. So here shards bounce back. Here shards do not bounce back. So hold on. So if I take this picture, so hold on. Okay. If I take this picture, into Photoshop. Well, fake Photoshop. If I take this picture, then the distance from here to here, right? This is how far the missile initially, hold on. This is how far the missile initially travels. This is the distance. And then the shards come all the way back here. Hold on. We can see the shards all the way back here. So the shards then travel the full distance from here to here. So we should expect the ability to see something that travels this distance. So the reason why that's relevant is because maybe I just couldn't see the shards that got fired, right? So this one fires from here. This one fires from here. Which is obviously like a considerable amount of the distance. But we know that the shards fire back this entire distance. So from here, so it goes from here to here, then fires back all the way to here. We can actually see the missiles. So even though that this distance is significantly less than this distance, like let's look at that. Right, going all the way down to here, it basically comes all the way back. So we should see shards returning here. It's within distance of us being able to see a thing. But we don't see that. Hold on. So what I'm pointing out here is that, again, track the bone spear that fires out of the corpse that I indicate. What is happening? Okay. So. Come on. Yes, it's very, very cool. Am I in the Twilight Zone? Track the bone spear that fires from this. So, we don't see the shards fire back. What that tells me is that bone spears summoned from the corpse are not triggering bone shards. So one, already a bug report. Because anybody who reads this would suspect that the bone spear would act the same way as if you cast it. So that's the first bug already. Here's the weird part. They then fire it again. We see another one. And again, we don't see any shards here. But did you see how shards just fired out of the Necromancer? And they are in the same trajectory as the Bone Spear that fired out of here. Watch. So they're going this way. So the Bone Shards are going to fire out this way. Oh! What fucking bone shards are these? What bone shards are these? Where did these bone shards come from? I believe that what we're seeing is chance for Bone Spear to cast twice. And these bone shards are triggering off of successful roll of a non-triggered shard from the secondary Bone Spear. And since it can't be triggered by that missile, it is localized to the Necromancer because the effect has to originate from somewhere. Future bug report. Future bug report. So let's talk about the pants and why I think you won't be able to use these. How do you heal 30% of your maximum life? How do you heal 30% of your maximum life per second? Yo, what up, Dragon? Everybody, quick. Post Frog to fight the Raiders. Post Frog. Quick. Post Frog. We must post Frog to fight the Raiders. What up, everybody? Hi, my name's Mac. I am dying. Frog. Frog. Thank you very much. Welcome in, everybody. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. I'm very sick. Where I've now submitted a future bug report because Indira's memory is not properly working with Bone Spear cast twice, and the extra Bone Spears are not actually casting bone shards from the corpses. A pixel? Hold on, let's see. But thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Now, Bloodwave becoming a bone skill is mildly interesting. Yeah, this was our deductive reasoning stick to figure out that bone shards weren't firing based off of trajectories. I think these are unusable. Unless the maximum life hits barrier first, or the maximum life can be mitigated by DR, there's no way that you can heal at the same rate that Bone Spear applies, that you could cast Bone Spear. And if it's hitting maximum life directly and can't be mitigated, you're perpetually reducing your overpower effectiveness by perpetually reducing your fortify and your maximum life. And while consuming a corpse is cool, it definitely is. I just don't see it. You can't heal enough to offset this. Also, additive overpower damage on a pair of pants is laughable. Why are we doing that again? We already have Blood Moon breaches. These pants are phenomenal. Kazumi's Legacy are insane. Bloodwave without... If this is all that changed, this is a 10 times multi to Bloodwave's damage. It immediately becomes our strongest pit pushing build by a far margin. This is insane. This doubles your Bloodwave's damage output minimum, then gives you a 4 times multi for it, then gives you a tertiary damage proc on it, along with hitting 100% chance for Bloodwave to deal double damage. This one is actually fucking cracked out of its gourd. 3 affixes on rings, no cooldown reduction needed. These are insane. Now, in Dira's, I see people saying Bloodwave is now a bone skill. The only reason why this is minorly interesting is because you can build into Compound Fracture and Avulsion, which is cool. You can get more skill levels by running plus to bone skills on like boots. And then just use this as what's it called? The other interesting thing. No, because this doesn't modify desecrated grounds damage at all. But that's not stronger than Blood Moon Breaches. It lets Bone Spear reduce your Blood Wave cooldown. Sure. So, Blood Moon Breaches exists, right? I remember that one. Those are pretty cool. Blood Moon Breaches say 150% bonus damage. So let's start whittling away at this. So 2.5 divided by 1.8. Need to find 38% damage. The ranks to Tides of Blood are interesting. Call that a 5% damage increase. So I need to find 32% damage. Can we fit in skill ranks already? Kind of not. Blood Moon Breaches are still 17% more damage if you don't put skill ranks in. Even with Shroud of False Death on, Blood Moon Breaches are still 5% more damage. Oh wait, this is already, that is from it. So even if I had 2 points, 2 extra skill points. The idea would be you don't have to run Gore Quills and you don't have to run Fast Blood. The only issue is that Fast Blood Gore Quills is 3 times faster. Like, the reason why Bloodlance is so strong is because it reduces your cooldown by 7.5 seconds every time you cast it. You cast it 3 times per second. I'm not discounting Ultimate Shadow. Bloodwave builds already use Ultimate Shadow. That is not exactly what they said, Scolio says. They said that all minions now, like, benefit from the things that they should. And that they now trigger lucky hit chance, which is not the same thing as your minions attacking count as a skill for undying. PD2 is better than what, evil old man? Why do we live in a world of literal, perpetual, meaningless competition and comparison? Like, help me to understand how this makes the world a better place. We miss you here? Sure. I can vibe with that, and thank you for that. But how do we make the world a better place by, apropos of nothing, telling somebody that the thing that they're thinking about is worse than another thing which has no impact on it? While it's not that serious, every joke has a little bit of truth in it. My question is, what is the purpose of telling someone that what they're doing is ultimately fruitless or valueless? Do we increase the number of smiles in the world when we do this? I think not. You're also draining your maximum life in your fortify, so you're reducing damage output. Like, it's clearly very powerful, but how powerful is it? I'm gonna put it at one aspect worth of gain, and then even then, I don't... Chat, how do we calculate this? How do we think about this? Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave by 2 seconds. Is so much, like, it's less than a third effective as Gore Quills. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Shadow Bloodwave doesn't use Gore Quills. Hold on, I was thinking of Spirit Wave. Shadow Bloodwave doesn't use Gore Quills. It doesn't cast Bloodlance to pick up orbs. It just runs through orbs. I need to work on my Danish. Basically what I said was, even if it's kind of a joke and it's meant to, like, endear it, be like, hey, we miss you here. For no reason, while somebody's, like, actively talking about something or doing something, walking in and saying that thing's worse than something I like, does not increase the amount of happiness in the world. Nobody is happier because this thing has happened. In fact, all you've opened up the door is for me to become offended by this thing. And what I would recommend is to just not fucking do that. Because there's no benefit, there's no upside to this thing. At best, it's nothing. At worst, it's offensive. Like The whole world doesn't exist in a state of comparison to one another. Apples are not diminished because chess exists. You know? These are currently nothing. What up, Hawk? These are... I think people are going to try to make these work, and I don't think they do anything. How do you out-heal the damage? What if you don't worry about overpowering? How do you out-heal the damage? Me worrying about overpowering is the least of our concerns. You cast Bone Spear 3 times per second. That's 30% maximum life loss per second. How do you heal that? Without a way of automating picking up blood orbs. Like, there's so many questions. Does damage reduction mitigate this? Does it hit barrier first? I think you keep up Soul Rift and Pray. You have to cast Blood Wave for it to be a damage multiplier. Blood Wave grants the damage bonus to blood skills. Like, unless Blood Wave says, like, heal per target hit, the only way this makes sense to me is if Blood Wave says, like, heal per target hit. Because while running gunning, this is fine. You cast Blood Wave, you stagger step through it while casting, you're picking up blood orbs while you go. Sure. You're not permanently getting you're not permanently getting the fortified bonus, but like whatever. That's only a little bit of additive. Also, Coalesce Blood only works while you're healthy. And Tides of Blood only works while you're healthy. What is the what are these do? Using spear to consume a corpse, you would just use corpse explosion. Why would you ever cast spear for corpse explosion? Something is weird. Wait, who's Indira? Maybe that's the secret I don't know. Who is Indira? There's nobody called Indira. Who's Indira? No. Kesimi is Rathma's wife. Indira is nobody. With the interesting part being that this one refers to Rathma. This one refers to Lenarian, who is Rathma before he takes on the name Rathma. In this one, he does not attempt to raise them. In this one, he does. It's like a alternate universe person. Who's Indira? What do these pants do? The only way these work. What up, Supremo? The only way these work the only way I can think of this working is running Bloodlance, Gore Quills, this, where you cast Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance. Blood Wave, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, Blood Wave, Bone Spear, Bloodlance, etc., etc. Blood Wave to knock monsters back so you can actually survive on Bone Spear. Cast Bone Spear. It has a large damage multi. It can now overpower. It has gained access to new multis. You run Rathmas. Hopefully you trigger the overpower when you control this. You don't need Corpse Explosion on your bar. The Bone Spear does bonus damage to targets in a bone prison. I don't know who's supposed to use that, I'll be honest with you. Bone prison dies immediately. And while this shows it off really well, this means you need to be at like max range and the boss needs to not move and it needs to end up in the bone prison. For you to get a 40% multi. When you're going to be... I don't know. How do you pick up the blood orbs to not die? You don't use this on a Blood Wave build. Although it currently adds a very interesting dynamic to it. You have to stay healthy to get all the bonuses. So then what's the DR doing? I hate to sound so like uninspired here, but this thing is answering questions that it itself is posing, but it's not answering the question. It's attempting to answer the questions that it itself is posing, but doesn't grant the tools to do so. What here says heal? Wait, Dan. So, I was doing force overpower on Bone Spear with Deathless. Let's assume this all works with Deathless, because you're going to use Deathless on it regardless. Lucky hit chance to heal? I don't get it. That's nothing. This has to be changed. There's got to be lucky hit chance to heal. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because they've been getting a ton of feedback about the heal effects anyways. I would not be surprised if like life per second and lucky hit chance to heal becomes percentage. What if you run Indarials? Life on hit? We're gonna be in the upper echelon of 40,000 maximum life. This is nada. This is no bueno, and you're gonna want to wear Deathless Visage anyways. We're forcing overpower on this. See, now that's counterproductive. Because max resource doesn't matter anymore. I'm spiraling. Because you won't use maximum resource. Because it's an overpower build. How do I heal? How do I heal? How do I heal? How do I heal? How do I do it? And how do I manage You think it's so simple, but like pushing in a pit, you stand in one spot and you fire. You have no way to pick up the blood orbs as they form. This doesn't pick up blood orbs as it forms. The only option is to also run Gore Quills. Do they buff Undying? Not that you can fit it anywhere. Why does it have DR while injured? So it goes like, it goes Shroud of False Death, these pants, this. Great Feast, Starless. Overpower. One of these to solve for survivability. Great Feast. Untimely. No, this would be the corpse one. Gore Quills. Splintering. Probably Grasping Veins. Laceration. Grasping Veins is one of them. Or maybe this is Great Feast. This is Grasping. Real boots with fucking something. Minions can go all the way up to 200% attack speed. Yes, they have breakpoints above 100%. And then it becomes... maybe spec into that. This. We don't spec into this, although it would be cool. Need barrier gen somehow. We can actually drop this in its entirety. We'll be at 200% attack speed, maybe. Blood mist. I don't think I actually need more of these. Build into overpower and bone. I think this is what you do. You just alternate? And then you don't build into overpowered, you build into blood attack speed. I'm trying desperately to figure out how Blood Spear could ever work. This is the best I could come up with. You know, these say fucking whatever. Lucky Hit Chance Heal just has to, like, be a percentage nowadays. Like 10% of your maximum life is 3,000 life. Because these have maximum life on them. Like I have to regularly heal for... And we're not going to have barrier gen. Damage reduction while injured is a nothing stat. But why would you use these on Run and Gun Blood Wave when you would be using Blood Moon Breaches, which are strictly better than doing this? On actual Blood Wave, you actually just walk into the Blood Orbs. And then you cast Blood Wave, and then you walk into the Blood Orbs and you cast Blood Wave. This would actually slow you down on Speed Farm Blood Wave. These mechanically don't work currently. Undying heals you for 2% of your maximum life per cast. And you can't fit Undying. Undying is a defensive aspect. Yet you can't fit Undying onto the build. Unless you run a shield. Which maybe they changed shields? There's not lucky hit chance to restore on shields? Hold on, hold on. There's lucky hit chance to heal on these, but not on a shield? Are you serious? What? What? A shield doesn't have lucky hit chance to heal. What universe do we live in? What universe do we live in? Healing from Iron Maiden? You have to kill things. You'd also have to apply Iron Maiden. Which I guess we have the spot for, but not the points for. Also, the other wild, so the other thing too is that, Deathless Visage scales off of crit, but you're overpowered, but you still want to get additive crit everywhere, but you need blood attack speed. So you actually can't use Deathless Visage. Right? So you can't even use Deathless Visage. Yeah, because the best way to build it is to put blood attack speed everywhere. Now that's a blood skill. You're gonna get like no crit damage. You have no crit damage. You have some crit damage here. Not if you need to run the lucky hit chance to heal though. On the gloves you can run that? This doesn't work in any direction. Okay, so we build it as a bomb. But then you would just play Bone Spirit.
Love your content.
Dethita, thank you very much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. So then you instead run it as a bomb. You know, a Bone Spear bomb? It can't be run as a low lifer though. All of the things that increase blood skill damage require you to be healthy. And you can't reduce the 10%. It just does damage to you. Is Blood Moon Breaches really better? Yes, and if you would like to do the math, you can, Mike Drop. I can explain the math to you, but it's just going to be doing the math, right? So, on a regular build with a perfect amulet, you end up getting 10 ranks to ranks of blood. 10 ranks to ranks of blood ends up being 50. It ends up being a 2 times multi. Okay. So let's just, let's go with the 4 just as an example. So the difference between 2 and 2.4, so 2.4 divided by 2 is a 20% damage increase. The difference between the 2.5 and the 1.8 is a 38%. So if you take this and then you divide this further by the 2.4 divided by 2, you're still left with a 15% damage difference. And the maximum life is powerful. For certain, it definitely is. And the difference is that between that and the maximum life that you get on the other one. So the question is, which one gets you more? And then the difference in that is the difference in the overpower damage. And then you have the issue with and then the answer there is how much maximum life are we going to have next season, which I can't answer. But right now, the difference between the flat life and the percentage life has to be greater than a 15% damage increase in your overpower damage. Excuse me. To get there. Since they have the same amount of additive damage. The bone damage. Well, so there's 2 parts to it, though. This doesn't have 100% uptime, because it's after you hit for 10 times with the bone skill, then you will gain a 6% damage multi for 5 seconds. So basically you won't have this on the first time that you cast it every time. And you're talking about speed farming, so it's got to be like when you hit something for the first time, but it's really hard to say that. This one requires that they're already vulnerable, so that also doesn't have 100% uptime. So it basically... Oh, where do I fit title? But what do we consider these? 2.4s? Sure. 1.5 and some change divided by 1.04 to the 2. Then you come up with 6%, so the maximum life has to equate to greater than a 6% increase in overpower damage. And it might. Then I need to know how much maximum life you have. Right, that's accurate, right? Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that was fair. So then the overpower damage has to overcome a 6% damage increase. And that's also, like, obviously, only when talking about, like, perfect rolls on both of these things. Where, like, the range and maximum life is a lot different than the range and percentage life, but at that point you're splitting hairs. What can you do? Although you would have fairly decent uptime on Compound. The major issue with Compound is that, like, since it doesn't refresh itself, you do have downtime at all. Then you probably have the vulnerable proc up after the first wave on average. So the first wave doesn't get it, but then the next 2 waves get it. That's why I gave it 66% effectiveness. And like, so the other issue too is like, okay, so like this isn't like super important, but like, let's talk about the concept that, are you going to swap out your pants for a piece of gear that might increase your damage output by 5% just when you go to speed farm, which would then be worse I guess the question becomes, is it on average just better than Blood Moon Breach is? The DR is nothing. Nobody cares about ranks to curses, but they are, like, pretty cool. Playing on controller, you miss with your curse every once in a while. The other issue is that your blood waves like pushes monsters out of the bone prison. As far as I'm aware, yes, you can die from this effect. All right, that's all I got. I can't realistically think of a great way to use these right now that isn't clunky forced overpower bone spear. Because running Blood Wave is a very big detriment on Bone Spear. Like, it's not just like, oh, it's a free multi-hit. You have to run Blood Wave. Which just, like, doesn't answer any of the issues that Bone Spear has. And then this makes you less tanky on top of it. I don't have a good answer. I just don't have a good answer. These are cracked though. These other pants, absolutely wild bananas. Just balls to the wall, insane. Like just wild. Wild, 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 wild. All right, I'll be right back. I need water. Okay. Yes, I'm going to be covering POE2 as well. Okay. Okay, let's make a video. I don't know about you, but the emotional and mental whiplash of going from the mid-season patch, and while I do not necessarily share in the feeling, generally a bad taste that's been left in the mouth for players in Season 6, to the campfire chat for Season 7 in the PTR is astounding. This was an incredibly jam-packed campfire chat, where I even took notes on things that don't have to do with the Necromancer. Like, there was a lot that happened in this campfire chat. Insight into the different reasons why classes are going to be receiving certain changes and buffs to what they're currently doing, and wild inclusions on like the rogue slide that would determine how minions are now going to be proccing lucky hit chance. Like, this campfire chat kind of had everything. And while it could get a little bit tiring saying big W for a campfire chat, you just gotta kind of admit it, when it comes to the new seasons, they knock it out of the park. In the overall approach that they're taking walking into this new season is basically new innovation and detangling things that have become crutches for a lot of different classes, or finally empowering things which have always been sitting on the back burner. So if you want to get a quick overview of, I guess, the notes that I took for the other classes, I'm just going to leave it here on screen very quickly. You can go ahead and pause it, and you can just kind of like read it very fast. While I generally understand the approaches that they were taking, I think that there are other people that can speak significantly better than I can on how impactful these changes look like they're going to be. But with such interesting things as like the Barbarian being able to change elemental damage types, the Sorceress finally detangling from needing to apply burning with the Firebolt enchantment everywhere, although the change that they made to it seems pretty weird because now it's going to give a chance to heal, which I'm not necessarily sure really matters for this Sorc. Finally adding in unique focuses for that class, although sadly the Necromancer didn't receive one in kind. The Druid update, where basically your werewolf is actually going to be good, and not only that, it's going to turn into M. Bison. I'm actually going to hop over to the video for it. It's the funniest looking skill I've ever seen. Like watch this Druid gameplay. It's the best. It's just the best thing. Raging Shred, let's see what that looks like in game. I don't care about Savage Bolt. They made the Boulder Poison. I don't really know that one. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how the rock's going to apply poison, but they made the boulder do poison damage. But look at Blurred Beast. Look at this. That's M. Bison. That's Street Fighter right there. That's Street Fighter 2 Turbo as far as I'm concerned. That's awesome. Just shout outs to the Druid enjoyers. Y'all now have the coolest looking skill. Oh, and then they also gave you Wolf NATO. They call it Wolf's Rain. That's Wolf NATO right there. They added a lot of tornadoes in this season. And it's only 2. And I only have like, if I gained a nickel for every time they added a tornado that was based off an animal to the game in Season 7, I'd have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. But it's in this slide for the Rogue where we found out that the Necromancer minions were going to be changed functionally forever. So while I'm going to have timestamps for some things that aren't related to Necromancer after this, lock in for the Necromancer part because we have a lot to talk about. But while they were discussing the Shadow Clone updates and buffs, what they said was that Shadow Clones now have a new tag, which is Summon, and that they would gain all the attributes of all of their damage to the player. Not only that, they can now trigger Lucky Hit and interact with damage modifiers and multipliers. The example that they gave was Wind Striker aspect. Wind Striker aspect says that critical strikes increase your movement speed. And what they basically said is that minions that critically strike will now trigger Wind Striker for the Necromancer. And that this applied to all companion types. So while they say Rogue and only Druid here, they actually in the voiceover repeated that it works for minions as well. For people who didn't know, minions can't trigger things from your aspects, and they also do not have Lucky Hit chance. All they ever have had is a bugged interaction with Abhorrent Decrepify. So while they were able to reduce our cooldowns by attacking things, nothing else that they did could trigger stuff. You might be saying, what about things like Mendeln? What about things like Shade Mist? All of those are actually originating from the Necromancer themselves. They're just carried in a way by our minions. And while functionally that doesn't make a lot of sense, that's why those things have been able to trigger stuff like Lucky Hit chance in the past, even though they're not really supposed to. But it was never the minions doing it. But apparently now they will. So what is the Lucky Hit chance coefficient of each minion? Who knows? What does it mean that they now get to trigger our aspects? Who knows? Like, quite literally, the sky's the limit here. It's like kind of wild. If I have Undying on, does my minion attacking heal itself? Does it heal me? Does it do nothing at all? We are going to be absolutely drowning in mechanics to test during the PTR. So I hope that you're excited to watch me sit in the training room. I'll at least go to Nahantu and Kuras, so it's a little bit of a change of scenery, but we're going to be in there for a while. Now, getting to the Necromancer, we have one generalized concept. Now, getting to the rest of what they actually showed about the Necromancer, and I just kind of want to remind people at this point, while the campfire chat is a way for them to highlight the high-level concepts and big takeaway items, this in no way, shape, or form is representative of the totality of the patch notes. Not at all. I continue to see this all the time. We just keep forgetting this for some reason. The patch notes are going to be releasing on Wednesday. This is just the stuff that they thought would pop and sell well, so they can generally talk about the approach so that there's a little bit of Subway Surfer on the screen to keep your attention for all intents and purposes. But the first thing that we learned is that Blood Necromancers were going to receive buffs, and the way that they categorized these were through improved itemization and overpower synergies. That's already very interesting. Obviously, there are a ton of different items that directly impact the ability to overpower. So things like Blood Moon Breaches, Banished Lord's Talisman, just to name a few. And what can and cannot happen is kind of up in the air. But the first big change here is in Rathma's Vigor. You don't need to worry about what Rathma's Vigor used to do. You need to look at the fact that Rathma's Vigor now has two very important changes. One, Rathma's Vigor is now only going to proc once every 15 seconds, which oddly enough was a weird artifact from the last PTR for the last season for some reason got changed, but when we walked into the actual season, it had been reverted. I think they were probably testing out different versions of Rathma's Vigor, and this one got pushed into this season. But it's the big change right here where my cursor is that should catch your attention. Rathma's Vigor just says you deal 120% bonus overpower damage. Now let that sink in. Clicking this passive grants you 120% damage multiplier if you overpower. Now you may think, oh, does this only apply to the blood skills? No. If you click this button, you have 120% damage multiplier to overpower. Now let's think about all the builds that try to overpower right now. Sever forces overpower. Bone Spirit forces overpower. Soul Rift forces overpower. Even Bone Spear at this point is forcing overpower. So straight up, if you're attempting to use a forced overpower version of a build, you now absolutely use Rathma's Vigor. You don't use Affliction, you don't use Ossified Essence, you use Rathma's Vigor. And then on top of that, your blood skills will still be able to benefit from the 15-second cooldown where blood orbs speed it up. And in general, blood orbs have become significantly more efficient in the last couple seasons. So while this is a little bit of a nerf there, I think the slightly increased duration until you are overpowering is absolutely offset by this insane buff to this key passive. Where's my Shadow Blight buffs, though? Am I right, fellow Necromancers? No, seriously, what about Shadow Blight? We don't learn anything about it here. Hopefully there's something in the patch. But after these changes, and in fact, basically sitting in the limelight of these changes, we learned about the two unique items that are coming to the Necromancer this season. They're both pairs of pants, which is already interesting because they're going to have to go toe-to-toe with Blood Moon Breaches, and considering these ones actually all interact with Blood Wave and Blood skills, I find it weird that all of these things will now be vying for your attention. But let's just go ahead and look at Kasime's Legacy. Kasime's Legacy is going to take your Blood Wave skill and basically turn it into Crushing Hands from the Spiritborn. Rather than fire out from you, 2 Blood Waves, so double the Blood Waves, will now shoot towards the Necromancer, localized directly beneath you. If we take the pants at face value, it seems like both Blood Waves will converge directly on top of you, meaning that both of these Blood Waves will be able to hit a single target. And that there comes along with 2 very specific new interactions. So first and foremost, when they both collide, they'll do an explosion of damage, adding a new damage component to Blood Wave. And then on top of that, whenever you hit a target with Blood Wave, you will increase the amount of damage that they take from Blood Waves. So just to give you a really quick idea, if both Blood Waves can hit the target, this automatically doubles your Blood Wave damage. This almost certainly should work with Tidal, which means that you will shoot 3 iterations of Blood Waves on top of you. And then because so many Blood Waves will hit the target so fast, you'll very quickly enjoy a 300% damage multiplier, which is 4 times damage. These pants alone is going to multiply Blood Waves damage output by 8. 800% increased damage. And that's if the explosion at the end does completely insignificant damage. But let's go ahead and talk about the other stats on the pants because they're actually incredibly important. So first and foremost, they have an implicit at all, and the implicit says that every single time that you cast Blood Wave, it just fortifies you for basically your entire max health. So you never have to worry about any other fortified generation with these pants on at all. You cast Blood Wave, you're basically fully fortified. It's free real estate. A huge amount of additive ultimate damage. A lot of people are going to get baited by that. Since every single version of Blood Wave is an overpower build, we don't really care about that in a meaningful way. But sure, why not? A bunch of additive damage. Additionally, you'll gain damage reduction while fortified, so it's a unique damage reduction stat. It's just nice to see damage reduction return to a pants slot, especially on something like a Blood Wave build that doesn't get to enjoy Soul Rift in its infinite barrier generation. You're slightly less tanky than you would like to be. It also comes along with chance for Blood Wave to deal double damage. That means that you can now officially reach 100% chance for Blood Wave to deal double damage, which you couldn't previously. And in addition to that, even just getting a single GA on that would basically make it so that you don't have to Masterwork crit on this stat at all, severely reducing the comp cost and the stress of trying to get perfect Blood Wave weapons online. Having to triple Masterwork crit to only reach an 88% chance to deal double damage with Blood Wave really sucked the moon out of the sky, and this is just going to make it effectively free. Add on to that comes along with Blood Wave specific cooldown reduction, meaning that you almost certainly will not need to have won't have to have ultimate cooldown reduction on any other pieces of gear, opening up 2 to 3 temper slots across your jewelry. Then we could talk about the mechanical change here. Because what happens right now is basically you cast Blood Wave. Blood Wave rolls out, 3 of them roll out, and it differently knocks back monsters at different intervals because there's a bit of a cooldown between knockbacks, and then they can kind of move out of the way of the Blood Wave. And then if they quite literally are pushed out of the distance of the Blood Wave and don't re-engage, they don't get hit by the other ones. It's really, really clunky. While it's incredibly powerful, it also has a ton of issues by being used in areas with hallways, where all of a sudden your Blood Wave just kind of fires off into a wall, doesn't leave behind any of its blood orbs, and you've basically lost all of the damage output from it, and you're screwed on cooldown reduction. With the Blood Waves moving towards you in a very short distance on top of that, like if we take a look at this, the distance is in total about half of the screen if we were to, kind of shift this all over about a quarter. Meaning that all 6 of the orbs, which theoretically will either be dropped by both of them, or each side will drop 3 orbs per cast, are right next to the Necromancer. You don't have to chase them down the entire length of a screen anymore. And what that basically just means is that you can effectively sit here spamming them, especially if some of the blood orbs actually end up on top of you as they form, and then just a very quick dash either left or right will make it so that you jump over enough of them to immediately recast it. So not only are you making this like significantly better for pit pushing, an 8 times damage multi, although in comparison to what you got before, obviously it's not fully representative of that. It's more like a 5 to 6 times total damage increase than what we had before. But functionally, this now works in so many content types where it was an absolute headache and a bore to attempt to manage it in. The only issue with this that I can technically see is that it technically will make you worse at things like the Infernal Hordes. But the cool part about it is that you don't have to completely change your build to run this. You just swap out to Blood Moon Breaches if you're doing things like the Infernal Hordes, so you could just keep launching them lengthwise and attack multiple enemies over that time. But when you want to do anything where everything is significantly tighter together, or be more efficient, or just get better damage output on it, this will be the way to go. Like, these pants are insane. When did we get to the point where pants can say 8 times your ultimate damage? That's the other cool part too, and this kind of just works systemically for everybody. Ultimate skills, when you reach 5 ranks in them, will now gain a new effect. While we haven't seen what Blood Waves is going to grant you, whatever that is just even more added damage on top of what we've already seen, in addition to the changes coming to Rathmas. In addition to the changes coming to Rathma's Vigor. Like, think about it. You put on these pants and, like, yeah, you would lose out on Blood Moon Breaches, but now Rathma's Vigor just says 120% damage. So you're actually not losing anything at all in comparison to what it currently is and just gaining an 8 times multi. Whoa, what are we doing here? Now, the same can't be said for Indira's Memory, and I've got to be honest with you. Basically, I should be hyper selling you on how hype this is, because I'm going to let the video run, and I'm going to say these words out loud. They have added in Blood Corpse Spear. Your Bone Spear is a Blood Lance, and it eats corpses for you automatically, and now your Blood Wave is going to increase your blood damage, and the Blood Wave also automatically casts Bone Prison for you. And there's a new aspect that increases your Bone Spear damage against targets that are in a Bone Prison, and this is going to automate like everything that you want. And now Bone Spear is a blood skill, and then on top of that, Bone Spear reduces your Blood Wave cooldown, so you don't need to use Blood Lance anymore. And now your blood skill, and now your Bone skill can benefit from your blood skill passives, and now it can overpower since it's a blood skill with Rathma's Chosen. And now it's a blood skill, so it can overpower through Rathma's Vigor, and that'll automatically consume corpses, and you can use Embalmer to make the blood orbs, and the blood wave will make the blood orbs, and you pick up the blood orbs, and you're going to overpower on the bones. Like, this is insane, right? I sat here for nearly 2 hours, I want to say it was. Like, it was pretty close to 2 hours, trying to figure out what these pants actually do. And I can't figure it out. I just can't do it. The best thing I could come up with, and I'm basically going to let the future answer these questions for me, because I think that there are mechanics which are missing that explain how these pants are supposed to work. So I'm going to walk through very quickly what I came up with, the best thing that I could come up with, and then explain why it just kind of doesn't work. What? So I'm just going to explain the mechanics in a much more cohesive and cogent way, so you get a better idea of what I'm talking about here. Casting Blood Wave, so using the ultimate skill Blood Wave, will increase all blood damage that you do by 80% for 8 seconds. Okay, we're going to use Blood Wave. Bone Spear is now a blood skill. It's going to drain 10% of your maximum life, so not deal 10% life, so it's not going to be offset by barrier or damage reduction. It's just going to reduce your current life by 10% of your maximum life every time that you cast Bone Spear. But when you cast Bone Spear, it will also consume a corpse to cast another Bone Spear. Here are some assumptions. Bone Spear cast twice will shoot 2 of them. They will both be blood. It will consume 2 corpses that will both fire off 2 Bone Spears. There's a potential that will actually fire off 4 Bone Spears. But that's okay, okay, sure. Like, maybe that happens. I assume it will also work with Deathless Visage. So not only will you be able to reach chance for Bone Spear to cast twice up to 100%, but it will also leave behind echoes. And since those echoes have always triggered as if it was a bone skill or the Bone Spear itself, I assume that the echoes will also eat the blood tag. And since we already know that if you overpower on Bone Spear, the echoes will overpower. Then on top of that, the shards that fire out are also blood skills. Those will also fire twice. And there's an off chance that your bone mages, when they cast Bone Spear, will trigger all of this with no health reduction to you, which might be one of its best selling points. So if all of that is true, we need to find a way to manage the primary issue that I see, which is that blood skills attack very quickly, and you need to be able to somehow heal for 30% of your maximum life per second, because you will be able to reach 200% attack speed, considering it's now a blood skill. Blood attack speed goes into cap 2, regular attack speed goes into cap 1, and putting this all together means that we will be firing at greater than 3 times per second. So we need to heal for 30% of our maximum life per second to maintain this. And you may think, easy peasy, Mac, you're casting Blood Wave, you're getting blood orbs. But how are you picking up the blood orbs? So while it's true that casting Blood Wave will get us this effect, Blood Wave will generate 6 blood orbs. And normally the way that you pick up blood orbs from Blood Wave is with Blood Lance and Gore Quills. But if we're spamming Bone Spear the entire time, we can't do that, You could run and go pick up the blood orbs, which are going to be very far away from you, but then that means that you're not benefiting from the increased attack speed. But if we read the stats on the piece of gear, it seems like they accounted for that, because it has damage reduction while injured. So clearly, I'm supposed to be injured while wearing these pants. Why is that a problem? If you've ever gone and looked at Tides of Blood or Coalesce Blood, both of these Coalesce Blood, both of these require you to be healthy. Coalesce Blood quite literally doesn't grant you anything unless you're healthy. In Tides of Blood, only gives you half of its bonus while you're healthy. Not only that, Rathma's Vigor requires you to be healthy for you to get the benefit of it. So we can't be injured while using this piece of gear. We have to be above 80% of our maximum life the entire time to get any of the benefits of the blood package. So then the question becomes again, how are we healing enough on a build like this? Considering we are absolutely going to be using those pants, which Blood Moon Breaches are currently a stand-in for. Shroud of False Death is going to be incredibly powerful because not only will we be able to benefit from the bone passives, but now we can also benefit from the blood passives. And then on top of that, the +1 passive rank across all of our different stats is obviously incredibly important. Huge amount of multipliers. We're going to be casting ultimates all the time, so a huge multiplier here. Lucky hit chance, more damage reduction, more damage. We're auto-consuming corpses, so we're going to be using Shield by Death. More damage here because we're going to be fortifying, etc., etc. So now I need to somehow heal in between each cast. So rather than having to have like maximum resource up the entire time, like you typically would with a bone skill, we now need to heal in between each cast. How do we do that? Well, there are some options. There's the Undying aspect. Undying says every single time that you cast a skill, heal for 2% of your maximum life. You could stack on a bunch of healing received through your Paragon, as well as, with like Gruesome Mending. And that could kind of manage it. But where do you put Undying? We're going to be using a unique helmet, a unique armor, unique pants, and it's a defensive aspect. Well, we could put on a shield, I guess, and then we could put Undying onto a shield. But now we're losing damage multipliers that we could use. So the best thing that I came up with is basically swapping cast Bone Spear, cast Bloodlance, cast Bone Spear, cast Bloodlance, cast Bone Spear, cast Bloodlance. Why is that? Well, Gore Quills will pick up 3 blood orbs every time that we cast Bloodlance. So every time that we cast Bloodlance, pick up 3 blood orbs. The blood orbs will heal us for our maximum life. And with enough healing received, offset the reduction of the 10% maximum life. So we cast the Bloodlance, we cast the Bone Spear, we cast the Bloodlance, we have reduced the cooldown of Blood Wave. Blood Wave is now also a bone skill, so things like Rapid Ossification will now reduce the cooldown of Blood Wave. But the issue with that is that we are now basically cutting in half how often we're casting Bone Spear to get the benefits of this. Is that okay? I mean, sure, that's like okay. Are people going to absolutely hate playing the game where you have to literally right click, left click, right click, left click, right click, left click, and buffer them properly? And if you ever accidentally cast them in the wrong order, you'll either accidentally eat up too many blood orbs and then overpower on Bloodlance, which will do no damage, or you'll accidentally cast Bone Spear too often and you'll drop down below healthy, and then you won't be able to benefit from the bonuses that you got until you heal again. People are going to hate that. They already don't like just casting Bone Spirit on repeat. Having to cast 2 different skills is already a bit of a chore for them. Now, we could also talk about things like Lucky Hit Chance to Heal, which heals for a flat amount. Life per second, which again heals for a flat amount. And I think the missing piece of this puzzle is a bit of a revamp to both stats on gear and affixes. So I think that in general, healing in that stat is going to get a bit of an overhaul in this patch because the developers have been aware that the stats are hilariously underperforming and don't really serve a purpose. Not only that, when your pants themselves are going to be granting you huge amounts of maximum life, the more life that you have, the less effective that a flat healing amount is. I thought about a lot of different things as far as like a Shadow Bloodwave build that now gets to dip into bone passives when you don't really have enough points for that. And 2, the damage loss that you would get from like shifting away from something like Blood Moon Breaches already wouldn't really be like benefiting from this in a meaningful way. Sorry, let me back up. Now, there is a universe where like these pants, actually you completely ignore the Bone Spear part of it altogether, and they are just like slightly better performers than Blood Moon Breaches, and that requires a lot of very specific things and comes down to how much overpower additive damage this multiplier of life versus the flat life that you get on the previous pants would actually amount to. So there's a universe where like that's real, and basically we just kind of ignore this Blood Spear, Corpse Spear thing for a little while. Or instead you somehow don't go for 200% attack speed, even though it's now a blood skill, and you just go for like big bomb damage with Bone Spear. But at that point, why are you not playing Bone Spirit? I feel like there's a piece to the puzzle here that doesn't quite make sense. I just can't wrap my fingers around it. And it all seems a little bit too clunky for me. And hopefully there are changes coming in the patch that will make this make a lot more sense.